morning. We've got a lot to get through today. We're going to be talking about TV, radio, the future and what it looks like, the future of audio and what that looks like. We're going to be talking about technology. We're going to be talking about growing the industry in a country and a continent that is still developing. But before we get to all the fun bits, please help me welcome to the stage the chairperson of the NAB, Thabo Makenede.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have a face for radio. My face is for TV. Yeah, 30 years of self-regulation. It's a wow. I think it's something we have to congratulate ourselves on as the broadcasting industry. Let me welcome you all, and let's give thanks to the team at the NAB for putting up this great event for us today. Let me first acknowledge the Deputy Chair of the NAB, Mr. Nick Rupp. We work very well together. The Executive Director of the NAB is Nadia Bubenia, who calls me on a very regular to put me in check. The chairs of the various NAB committees, Ms. Philippa Rafferty, Chair of the TV Committee, Ms. Tulwana Ncheke, I did not see her here today, Chair of the Commercial Radio Committee, Ms. Vilma van Schalkwyk, Chair of the Community Radio Committee, and Ms. Lara Kanto, Chair of the Content Committee. I want to recognize Chair of the Technical Committee because he's standing right here. And the entire EXCO and the staff of the NAB. But I think one thing about self-regulation that we have seen, and we have to definitely acknowledge the BCCSA and their commissioners. Chair of the BCCSA, Commissioners, Dr. Sonet Blotter, Deputy Chair, Mr. Brian Makegeta, Advocate Bitumelo Tlakung, Mr. Isaac Rudu, Dr. Ali Chikde, Dr. Linda Fender, Dr. Melanie Chait. Gosh, there's a lot of doctors at the BCCSA here. And let me also acknowledge the former chairs of the BCCSA, Professor Kobus van Rooyen and Professor Henning van Jones. Professors and doctors, it's something that I'm doing wrong with my career. Let me further acknowledge the members of the BCCSA Appointment Committee, led by the Chair, Justice Johan Froneman, who is not here today, unfortunately. Let me also acknowledge the staff of the BCCSA. Sometimes we forget about the likes of us who actually do the work. I will acknowledge our policymaker, the Ministry and the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, our regulator, ICASA, and the Films and Publications Board. Let me further acknowledge our guest speakers and panelists. We have some great discussions to have today. As the broader ICT, we know that this year is the year of the World Radio Communication Conference. In November until December, we'll be in Dubai for 6 weeks. 6 weeks in the desert. I don't know how we are all going to survive for the WRC. For the WRC 23, and the African region will be led by Mr. John Omo, who's the ATU Secretary General. He will be giving us a message today. I think I have 2 more parties that I have to acknowledge, and perhaps these parties are why we are here today, 30 years later. Let me acknowledge my fellow broadcasters. We have had to adapt with the ever-changing landscape for these past 80 years, and we stand strong and keep entertaining, educating, and informing with our wonderful programming. But I think the most important acknowledgement I have to give it to our TV viewers and other listeners. All of us are here because of them. They dedicate their lives to listening and watching our programs. When we push the boundaries a bit of our code of conduct, they will use the channel of the BCCSA to complain. Bruce Mkiza deals with a lot of those. Our viewers are absolutely important. Our viewers and listeners are absolutely important to us. They are responsible for ensuring that we do what we love the most, which is broadcasting. I think all of us in here owe our salaries and our bonuses to this important stakeholder. Fellow colleagues, Let me not take away from the guest speakers and the panelists, but just to say it has been a great 30 years. 1993, I was going to a trip. So, and I was passionate about radio engineering, I was passionate about electronics, and I studied engineering. We used to complain, we've seen a lot of changes, right? We used to complain about OTTs. Now all of us are OTTs now. We've seen viewership moving from the TV room to smartphones, tablets, and PCs in all other rooms. Some rooms I won't mention. Generative AI is now the flavor of the day, and we are seeing AI creating its own content. Perhaps very soon we'll see a series or a movie that has been fully scripted, produced, and directed by AI. Should we be afraid of this? I don't know. But I don't think we have a choice in the matter. But I guess the panelists will tell us that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gracing us with your presence here today in this occasion, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Thabo. We do appreciate that. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. All right, now before we head on over with the program, I just want to give a quick reminder. We will be hosting a lucky draw a bit earlier on. So if you've got a business card on you, then fantastic. Please make sure to come through to the stage and drop it over here in this cute little bowl over here. If not, there are notepads on the table, so you can write down your number, your name as well, and then we'll see a bit later on if you are winning or not. I'm excited because usually I do giveaways on radio. Today I get to do giveaways in person, which is incredibly exciting for me. I'm looking forward to it. All right, now let's hear a quick message from Justice Albie Sachs.
I have a problem. I don't know which I love more, radio or TV. And they're both so important, and they've meant so much in South Africa. I remember even in the darkest days when I was in prison and I'd had torture by sleep deprivation, and they were kind of almost finished with me, and they allowed me to have a radio. And this is now, the real dark days of apartheid, and I switched on, and in solitary confinement, hearing the human voice, the connection was just so powerful. And it just so happened, I'd listened to the Afrikaans program. My Afrikaans is not all that good, but they had a very good cultural section, and it was the poet Ace Krieger who'd seen me when I was a child growing up. And he recited a poem about when he'd been in prison fighting against Hitler in Italy. He'd been locked up, and the poem was about the birds flying overhead, flying back to his homeland. It was a very extraordinary way of radio reaching to this very, very extremely lonely and sad soul in prison. Now radio's everywhere. It's in the car. You go shopping, you hear it at Pick n Pay's bar, or wherever it might be. It's such a sound of South Africa, with all the voices of South Africa. It reaches millions and millions of people. There's lots of storytelling on the radio, and it's people having a chance to express their views. Community radio in South Africa is so well developed and so important in the days when the whole nation, half and three-quarters of the nation was silenced. Now it wasn't just the broadcaster speaking and telling the important stories, reading from a script and trying to give it some emotion. It's people in their homes, phoning in, talking, angry, fighting with each other, the voices of South Africa. And then television. It's not just the voices, it's the faces, the personalities, the kind of the timbre, to use a very fancy word, of the nation expressed. And it can be in the soapies, and it can be in the fun shows. It can be just in imported material from all over the world coming to South Africa, coming to Africa, joining in it all. And the arguments and the debates and the frowns and the laughter, it's more than just information. It's people communicating and using the media to communicate. I happen to be a fan of SABC. I went down to depths. I didn't know there was such great depths in TV as we had in SABC at a certain time. But now the SABC is coming up again, Voices of South Africa, the other commercial people who were outliers when they started. And now, to quite a large extent, they're dominant players, again, with great independence, with variety, with the anchors, with the voices, sometimes going on and on and on and on, and then something nice happens and interruptions. So for me, what signifies is the vitality of these media, and the fact that South Africa, we're not a fair society. I wish we were more fair. We're not a safe society. I wish we were more safe, but we are an open society. And it's the media that play an enormous role in terms of this openness. So carry on. I don't think I'll see another 30 years, but I'm sure you guys will see another 30 years. Carry on with what you're doing. You mean so much to the people of South Africa. You literally give voice, expression, emotion, laughter, fun, sorrow, tears to the nation.
That was such a beautiful message. A very big thank you to Justice L.V. Sachs for that incredible message. We do appreciate it. All right, before we head on over to our next item on the program, is it safe for me to assume that almost everyone in this room has, at some point in their careers, worked with talent, right? You've worked with presenters, radio, TV, actors, at some point, right? Why are y'all so scared to say yes? And that's my point exactly. That's my point exactly, right? I feel like some people are scared to raise their hand because you've probably seen the BCCSA too often. You're traumatized. I'm triggering you, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Luckily for me, I've never been to the BCCSA office because I know how important it is as a radio presenter to maintain the code of conduct. And I think that you can be as educational, as entertaining, as fun, while maintaining the integrity of the code of conduct. But of course, we need some reminders, and we also need to talk about 30 years of industry and self-regulation. So please help me welcome to the stage BCCSA Chairperson, Dr. Sunette Lotta, who's also here to guide us in a panel discussion. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm afraid I'm not going to tell you which year I wrote matric. So Tob is on his own there. But I will tell you a bit more about the BCCSA. So we are very fortunate that two of our previous chairpersons are here today, Professor Kobus van Rooyen, and as Tobu said, so many professors, and Professor Henning Viljoen. Now, Professor Kobus van Rooyen he played an important role in establishing the BCCSA as a self-regulating body in terms of the relevant legislation. And he was the first chairperson of the BCCSA, and he was fundamental in guiding what I think was actually an experiment at the time into a highly respectable institution. Professor Henning Viljoen, if perhaps not present at the start, proved to be one of the stalwarts of the BCCSA, first as commissioner, few terms as a commissioner, and then also as a chairperson. The dedication and hard work of the chairpersons and commissioners that served over the past 30 years all contributed in positioning the BCCSA as a highly respectable institution in the media regulatory environment, confirming that respect can only be earned through consistent hard work and over a period of time. I suppose you can say it's a bit like old age. To be successful, you have to start young. So, and we salute all those commissioners that came before us. Having acknowledged now the contributions of individuals, I would like to focus on the BCCSA as an institution. Jean Monnet, an influential Frenchman, who is considered as one of the founding fathers of the European Union, said that although nothing is possible without men, and I'm sure he wanted to exclude women also, but nothing lasts without institutions. Institutions develop because people put trust in them, they meet real needs, and they represent important aspirations. The fact that the BCCSA has stood the test of time proves that it's not only gained the trust of the people, but it also meets real needs of society. Complainants write, and even if their complaints are not entertained, they know that they can write and they will get an answer. Whether they would like the answer, that's something else, but they were heard. And this statement is borne out by the fact that the registrar received 1,015 complaints for the period November 2022 till the end of June this year. And as I said, not all complaints are always entertained, but because they don't constitute a prima facie case. But as I said, these complainants need to be heard, was appeased. Sometimes complainants keep on insisting on being heard if the outcome is not what they want. And then interesting, we had earlier this year, there was one of the listeners of Jacaranda was upset with Martin Bester about what he said about Elton Jantjies. And then he wrote and he protested on behalf of Jantjies. And I said, well, it's fine, but it's not your dignity. Dignity's got a personal aspect. And if Jantjies was, if he felt that his dignity and privacy was invaded, he must do it. Then the guy came back and he said, but his dignity was impaired because of what was said about Jantjies. We said, we understand that. And I was starting to wonder what his personal life looked like, but anyhow. And he kept on. And eventually he gave up. But I got the impression on a Sunday night when he made his little list for the week, one of them was contact the BCCSA about Elton Jantjies' dignity. But still it's a service, and still we answered and we responded. Okay, so it's right that Section 16 of the Constitution guarantees freedom of expression. But what is very important, and what I think people not always realize, or well, I'm sure you being in the field know that, is that the press and the media their freedom is specifically guaranteed in the Constitution. So it's very powerful to my mind. And then also the other the side, so to speak, of the coin of freedom of expression is the freedom to receive information. And I think that's also something that some complainants do not realize, that they are entitled to receive information. That's a right that is guaranteed. Now, the fact that the BCCSA enforces the codes of conduct by imposing sanctions in the event of a contravention may create the impression that it has a chilling effect on freedom of expression. The opposite is, however, true. The BCCSA is reactive. There is no prior censorship, and orchestrated protests are not entertained. In order to be heard or to get attention from the BCCSA, You have to identify the show, the program that you've watched, and you have to also to confirm that you watched it yourself. Sometimes you get when people, in the old days, long time ago, when The Temptation of Christ was going to be broadcast, we received lots and lots of letters and mails in advance saying that it cannot be broadcast. So we did not entertain that. And after the movie was broadcast, then people complained, and then we dealt with that complaint. So there's no prior censorship. And the principle that we apply to determine whether the code of conduct was infringed is basically by expecting from the broadcasters to provide as much information as possible about the nature of the program. So that's why we insist on age restrictions, applicable age restrictions, warnings about content, and also the watershed plays an important role, because after the watershed you can increasingly show more adult material. So, and the reason for that is to empower viewers, that they can decide. They must also take responsibility for their own viewing. When I was young, many years ago, longer than I would want it to be, so other people decided for me what I had to watch. And that I found that very limiting. And not that I want to watch everything, but I want to make the choice. I don't want someone else to decide on my behalf what I should see, what I could see, and what would be bad for me. So by doing this, is we put the responsibility on the viewer or the listener as well. So if you see a movie, if you see that there's a movie that you want to watch, and it's 18R, then you must already know what you're going to expect. Maybe you wanted 18R, but 18R, you also have to prepare yourself for it. So, and then you can decide not to watch. And then especially as far as the children are concerned, there we have very serious, more strict rules, guidelines, because if you know, when you want to have more more adult content, you must also see whether that would be a time where there'd be likely to be a large number of children in the audience. So those are all things that we look at. So when we do receive a complaint, the first thing we do is whether it was properly, all the information was properly provided, and then when it was, and then there is no contravention. But also, if there's a problem with the classification or the age restriction, then we can have a look at it and say, okay, this was you contravened because you couldn't show it in the right time slot, or you didn't provide all the necessary information. And I think that is the way that one should go about regulating freedom of expression and in the media and broadcasting freedom. Because I think in the past, when the BCCSA just started, people complained about nudity and things like that, but I think there was still a type of a mindset that it's a bit like the FPB. If you complain, then they would either ban it or be reclassified or something. So they didn't realize the power that they have and what we actually do. We just keep within the tracks. And I remember specifically, at the time, I was a commissioner in the early 2000s as well. And at that stage, ETV showed Emmanuel quarter to 12 on Friday nights. So then one day, they started too early or something, and there was a complaint. And at the BCCSA, we always watch the program or listen to the program that's been complained of. And then Kobus was still the chairperson, and he said, and he made us each a DVD. He said, we can't sit together and watch this. So, so I went home with my little DVD, and I said to my kids, one night I said, okay, go to your rooms, don't come out. I'm watching a DVD. And then I made the rookie mistake of fast forwarding, and that was terrible. That was even worse. So then we had our academic discussion about the content and everything. And then a few weeks after that, we had visitors, the family was there, someone, and my son, he was still small, said, "Remember that time when you watched the DVD and we weren't allowed to watch?" I said, "But it was work." But but they don't do that anymore. And but I mean, those were the things that I complained in the beginning. But now what I find is that people have realized the power of self-determination. They know that they can decide for themselves. And with apology to Pink Floyd, I think that our viewers has realized that thought control is just another brick in the wall and can leave one uncomfortably numb. So they have decided to join us in deciding what they have to do. Our complaints lately are more, well, since the last few years, people are still upset about sex and all those things, but that's more the comments that obviously our presenter knows that you have to base your comments on something when you say it, whatever you want to do. And people often make comments, just a throwaway comment that they think may be humorous, and then it's not. But as long as you give the facts that you refer your comment on, the reason why we insist on that is because then the viewer or the listener can then decide, okay, this comment is based on this person's own experience. So much weight can be attached to that. Or even with debates during COVID, with the vaccination debates and all that, they were different. You had to have different views. It's allowed to have people who are against vaccinations. And if they say, but they don't approve it, they're anti-vaxxers, and this is why they do it, then it's fine. If they don't say it, then it's a problem, because then it's a skew picture that's being given. So that is also another way of telling the listeners, informing your viewers, why are you doing this and what is it based about? There was a person who's not educated in a certain field and just did a course or not read on Google, found some information on Google, you won't attach a lot of weight to his perception of things. But then the viewer knows that. So that's how it went. So, and then, as I said previously, complainants are sometimes very upset if they're not right, because they get the idea, I think, that when they complain, they've already won the battle because they've given the complaint. And we had a complaint from one guy, and he actually gave his full position, what he does, and blah, blah, blah. And then he said he was upset about this. And we said, no, it's not about infringement, and we're not going to entertain the complaint. And he said, yeah, but he's not interested whether we think it was a contravention. He's already made that call. He just expects us to do something. So I wrote to him that it doesn't work like that. Okay, and then Nadia asked me to mention some of the achievements of the BCCSA, and there are many. But I think the biggest achievement of the BCCSA is to be still relevant 30 years later on, and that the BCCSA has made it through all these changes. We started in 93, and before the Constitution in a sense, and with all the development and everything that happened, we are still there, and people trust us. That's the main thing. They really trust the BCCSA. And also the promos that the broadcasters always say. If they hear I'm at the BCCSA, if someone asks me and I say, oh yes, I heard about it. Is it that? I said, that's that. So we are also well known, thanks to the broadcasters who regularly boost us. So I think, and one of the reasons why, in my view, why we are still relevant is because we went along, we were alive to the developments in the media world. So, I mean, we started out with the Code of Conduct. When we started, we didn't have prescription TV. And then we adjusted. We had a code for that. And now with online, we would have known 30 years ago that radio and TV would actually go online as well. And now we have also drawn up a code of conduct to regulate that, which is but whatever we do, it's within our mandate. We don't go outside broadcasting or television or broadcasting as such, because it's also the online content that people can complain of is content that the broadcasters put onto the internet. That's for editorial. That has been editorial looked after or edited. So it's a better word, I suppose. And it's not the social media, and it's not all the rest. So within our mandate, we adjust to accommodate the changing world. And I think what the most important thing is, as I told you, when I grew up, we didn't have the right to freedom of expression. And I sometimes get the impression that the freeborns don't always realize the value and how precious freedom of expression is. And a long time ago, when I did my research for my doctorate, I came across this quote. It was an Irish politician, and he said this in the 1700s somewhere at the Privy Council, and he said, God gave us freedom on condition for eternal, that we will for eternal vigilance, which condition, if we break, servitude is at once the consequence of our crime and the punishment of our guilt. So this is my mantra, and I think at the end we must stand at the right side of history, of freedom of expression, and I hope to be there.
We know that perception is everything. So while some might see this, others see this. In terms of the code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa, we're obliged to report news that is accurate, comment that is fair and balanced, content that does not amount to hate speech, that is not harmful to children, and provide verbal or written age restrictions and warnings where required. If you're of the opinion that we have potentially contravened the Code of Conduct, you have the right to be heard. Direct complaints to the registrar via email or post your complaint to BCCSA, PO Box 412365, Craig Hall, 2024. Please visit bccsa.coza for more information.
The number of times I've heard the radio version of this, I could probably read it off by heart. If I tried really hard, I could probably say it off by heart. Nonetheless, very, very important for us to remember and to know. All right, we're about to have a panel discussion about content regulation, which I think is very, very crucial and important for us to have a conversation about. So I would like to invite back to the stage Suzette Lauter, BCCSA chairperson, and I'd also like to invite our panelists up onto the stage as well. Can we give them a round of applause? Yes, thank you.
I think there is water. Oh, well, let me take it with me. I think it's the first time we see.
Nice to see you.
Face to face. Yeah, the other.
Online, I believe.
Oh, or the rest all online? Well, I must see them.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Okay, y'all. Okay, so everyone present. We have Nadia restricted our discussion in view of the rest of the items on the program. So what I would suggest is that in a short manner, introduce yourself, who you are and what your position is. And Nadia said if the audience want to know more, they can Google you. So, so for purposes of our discussion, we will accept that you are experts. So can we start with you, please? Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'm Melissa McNally. I'm from Kagiso Media, and I am a research and analytics manager. So I'm coming in with a very different view today, speaking more about the audience and the consumer and shifts we're seeing there.
Please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ainan Doyle. I'm with MultiChoice South Africa. I'm the head of policy analysis and research, and I'll be bringing a regulatory perspective on content regulation.
Thank you. And then, please, can we, Mr. Boloka, can you please introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mashiro Boloka. I'm here representing the Film Publication Board as the Chief Executive Officer. If everything that I'm going to say here today sounds distasteful or is not appreciated by the audience, blame it on two people. The first one, Professor Van Rooyen, who is the person behind the laws that we are implementing today, as well as our policymaker, Colin Mashile. So the advantage of their work is that as a policymaker, you just set the policy and legislation, but guess what? The regulator has to fight with the industry. And I think this is what is happening here. And thank you very much. I come from a broadcasting background as well for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last participant, please introduce yourself.
Morning, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, thank you. My name is Dimakato Colin Mashile. I'm responsible for broadcasting policy at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, and apologies for not making it in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so as you know, the topic that we are discussing is content regulation, and we had a short discussion meeting earlier, and I think they are each of these parties, because they represent a different area in the media landscape, have their own views on regulation. And I did my best to sell regulation, but I will leave it up to. Would you like to start, Mr. Doyle?
Thank you. Well, the colleagues who know me well know that I always go first principles. Where does regulation come from and how is it dealt with in South Africa? And I think that if you look globally, there are many constitutions which protect the freedom of speech. There are many constitutions who in particular have protected the freedom of the press. But South Africa is the only one that I know where broadcasting is protected specifically in terms of having an independent regulator. And perhaps even more importantly, that protection is housed in Chapter 9, which is the institutions which are there to protect democracy. That sets broadcasting in a very unique position compared to the rest of the world, because in South Africa, the reason for that protection comes from our apartheid history and past. And one has to ask the question, why, when one looks at broadcasting, it was put there, and why was the independence highlighted? And it comes from our history, from how broadcasting was used as a tool of oppression at a particular point in time, how it was used to shape views. And that's why when the drafters of the Constitution sat down, they thought it was important to go beyond just protecting a free press, the news, but they also had to protect the independence of editorial control in broadcasting, so that the programs themselves could not be used to push a specific agenda or propaganda or specific cultural values. And that makes broadcasting content regulation in South Africa very different to the rest of the world, I think. When one looks at content regulation for broadcasters, we broadcast, because we have that editorial independence, we broadcast without prior approval. That doesn't mean we're lawless. We still have to be accountable. I think it's important to say that, because some people do think that we are lawless because we don't have prior approval.
And some people think we are spoilsport, so.
Yes. So, when one looks at that, the reason that you're able to do that is because you have to be accountable. That's why we have, as Sunita has pointed out, the BCSA. There's a code of conduct. In terms of the way that code of conduct is dealt with in South Africa, you have it set out in legislation, the Electronic Communications Act, where ICASA is empowered to produce a code of conduct for broadcasters. But that same section, and this is where the NAB comes in, that same section says that where a body of members puts together its own code and enforcement mechanisms which are acceptable to ICASA, they can self-regulate. And that's where the NAB finds itself, and I think it's also very important and critical for the industry that we have had 30 years of self-regulation that South Africans agree is perfect, has worked well. And it's thanks to also ensuring the independence of the people who sit on the BCSSA so that they can be recognized as well as not being controlled by their members and having that view of looking at the content, dealing with the problems, and it's sometimes punishing us if we did step over the mark. And I think that sets us as a very responsible sector. And as Aneta's point out, time has changed quite a bit. So we had our traditional platforms broadcasting over the terrestrial airwaves via satellite, and now we've moved on to the online. And once again, because the sector moves faster than legislation, we are ahead of the Electronic Communications Act. We've brought in our own online code of conduct for members. And I think we have to look at the future, and that's probably where the discussion, the panel will be, is what is that going to be for everyone else other than the broadcasters? Because we're only one segment of an audiovisual content service sector.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Mr. Boloka, what happened to him? Yeah, you indicated, sorry, can I just, you indicated that you would like to also refer to policy and specifically also online content, if you have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe 6.
Yeah. No, once again, thank you very much for the invitation by the NAB and all the partners. This is a great opportunity. I'm just going to talk about the trends that you see in content regulation, just to pick up from where Anand has left off, in the sense that what you see across the world is the emergence of what you call the online safety policies, which eventually bring about the establishment of online, what you call online safety regulators to deal with specifically the online environment. This is an admission, I think, to go throughout UK, Fiji, Australia, and so forth. And FPB is one of those. If you look at the work that we do in terms of the expanded mandate following the new act that came into operation on the 1st of March last year. So that's what you see. This is an admission, and I think in contrast to broadcasting, which has been regulated, you've got systems, you've got the structures that are in place. This is a totally new environment. It's an admission also that the self-regulatory model that characterized this online environment for a long period of time hasn't worked. What is needed, therefore, is sort of a co-regulatory model that includes mainstream regulation as well as co-regulation. But the challenge also, when you deal with the online environment, is that you don't have the same kind of structures, and therefore you are not going to apply the same kind of practices that you see in broadcasting into the online environment, because as the advocates or advocates of fourth industrial revolution have said before, we are dealing with an unprecedented and a totally new environment. Therefore, it requires a totally new approaches. So the self-regulatory models that, or co-regulatory models that have been successful in broadcasting may not necessarily succeed in an online environment. And then I think therefore what you need is that co-regulatory model. But I think the other part that I want to raise, I think, for South Africa, which is a legacy issue, that in as much as the country, we have adopted what we call a tech and platform neutral policy with the enactment of the Electronic Communications Act in 2005. But in practice, we still techno-specific. And that's why we're sitting here, you've got you've got broadcasters being regulated by ICASA, and then the online platform being regulated by the FPB. So what we need, I think, is a full cycle in terms of adopting a tech and platform neutral policy where we can have a single content regulatory system. In other words, same movie, like you said in Emmanuel, program director that you mentioned before, it can have the same different rating on TV and when it comes to online platforms. And I think that's one of the things that we need to do and deal with. So we have to deal with the sector in better and provide the one-stop regulatory mechanism. I think we can work together in ensuring that the sector is adequately regulated in the manner that is more flexible. But I think the online environment has shown that self-regulatory models that are applied in broadcasting may not necessarily be cut and pasted in the online environment. And I think we should be appreciative of what lessons we have learned from broadcasting, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to take those lessons and bring them here. Okay. That's why, yeah.
Can you sort of wind up your argument, please, because you have to. Thank you.
No, I'm done.
Thank you. So that's the view from the FPB, and then Dimukatsu, would you like to join our conversation, discussion, please?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think what has been central to all of this is the regulatory policy framework or the legislation that supports the sector. Because I think we will need to take it through the periods that it has evolved, that between 1993 and 99, I think we were trying to establish the frameworks and the institutions that were going to deal with the content regulation that does not cause harm. And indeed, the principle at that time was that we needed to regulate, but because of the good work that the IBA officials had done, and in terms of the research at that time when there was no internet, I think we had discovered that regulation will work and self-regulation was the best international trend. Hence, in the Broadcasting Act, you could see that we acknowledge that the Advertising Standard Authority plus the BCCA needed to operate as recognized bodies, and that was pushed into the ECA. And the point I'm trying to make is that all throughout the policy-making processes is that we wanted our broadcasting system to be very effective, and the content regulation had to be appropriate and be relevant to the sector, rather than, as Enon was saying, that we go back to the past. But parallel to that, after that ECA, you will recollect that the proper policy making for broadcasting emerged after 1996. Our department was Post and Telecommunication, and when we started with the broadcasting, what had happened is that internet was still with Home Affairs. So between 2015 and 19, I think we tried to correct that and took back the FPB to the Department of Communications because they had forgotten it at the Home Affairs. So what it meant was that at that point, the policy imperative for 2015 to 19 was that we needed to move towards single content classification. We needed to deal with the emergence of the new online services. And the one that was dealing with that was the FPB. So we needed to amend the FPB so that we are able, at least to a certain extent, deal with online issues and some of the emerging issues at that point. So hence, the FPB also has an equivalent of the committee that is at the CASA. But I think at the core of what we're discovering between 2015 and 2019 was that the sector had three options in terms of how you deal with content and broadcasting. It was high regulation, self-regulation, and co-regulation. And co-regulation would be what is happening with the Advertising Standard Authority, where ICASA, even with the BCCA, that it will have that backstop powers that when the self-regulation is not working, policy and regulator will have to intervene. Fortunately enough, I think it has been working. That's why the sector has its own self-regulatory bodies adjudicating on matters. Then with the emergence of online matters, I think the approach started to say we need to deal with content.
I don't want to interrupt, but you have to wind up, please. Your time is running out. For the
Okay.
discussion, not in general.
Okay. No, I was worried that I am going to heaven so quickly without being told, and the message is delivered to you that my time is up. So, but what I think we are saying is that we have introduced the concept of collaboration, that the best way to deal with content regulation and any other regulation is to collaborate with the sector so that it's very efficient and it works. So with the deadline on the 9th, I think all the comments that have been made, we will welcome them into the audiovisual white paper to say, how do you see the regulation of content moving forward and who should be responsible for what? We will appreciate that because it's going to guide the policy for the next coming 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And then we've heard now from all the formal issues, the policy, what we do and what, but I'm going to ask you, what is this, what we are so worried about, and what is going to change? Because you indicated that you would, all the new inventions and what's going on radio and all that. So if you could just enlighten us, please.
Of course. So obviously I'm looking at it from a more audience perspective. I think that's really important. I'm fortunate enough to work with listeners on a day-to-day basis. And what we're starting to notice is how they're changing their consumption behavior patterns. We've spoken about it in our intros already, how AI is becoming increasingly more important. But one of the things we've seen, and it's quite fundamental to the changes in the audiences, is that they actually want to co-create content with broadcasters, which is fascinating for me. So on a day-to-day basis, we see them taking control of their own content, but over and above that, we're starting to see our digital ecosystems broaden out, and they're very wide at this point in time. Different audiences consuming different types of content on different platforms as broadcasters. So fundamentally, they do self-regulate on a level from that when we look at our audiences. Over and above that, we've got personalization of content coming in, where people are taking control of the content they consume, how they consume it, and when they consume it. Parents being able to actually regulate what their children consume through apps as well. So I think we're seeing fundamental changes, but also it's about being policy agnostic across all these different platforms as well.
Thank you very much. So it's time now for questions to the panel, but I think if I can summarize, what we have on the table is that self-regulation is working and that we were able, or that the BCCSA was able to adjust to online content and to also regulate that in a way that we done for 30 years with adjustments. Then we have Mr. Boloka's view that there should be only one institution and that self-regulation will be difficult with online content. And then also the policy, where do we go with that? Is it what Dimakatsu mentioned about where do we go? Co-regulation, self-regulation. And then we were told that it's not something to be scared of sometimes, of online and where can it go, and you read all these kids who do all kinds of things because of the internet and online. It's exciting. It's a source that we cannot afford to ignore, but we must also enable to regulate, always keeping freedom of expression in mind. We have to know what we're dealing with. So that is what I got from this discussion. So the floor's open for questions. And we have a roving mic. Fakir. Yes, please. Yeah, the floor's yours.
It's quite interesting that we almost didn't make Parliament on this provision. We had worked hard in 1992 to make sure that it would be there. But on the very day that the matter went to Parliament, well, one day before that, we discovered that the Act, which was going through Parliament, didn't provide for the BCCSA at all. So what did we do? Kobus Skols then flew on the 1 o'clock flight to Cape Town and spoke to the person who was preparing the documentation for the next day in Parliament to add the possibility that you could have something like the BCCSA. So the brilliance lies with Cobus Scholes for flying down during the night. Luckily, one or two of us saw that it wasn't in the Act. So it's by luck.
And
whatever.
Here we are, 30 years later.
That's where it is. And thanks to Cobus Scholes. I don't know where in the world he's working at the moment, but Cobus Scholes, and yes, I'm glad we saw this gap in the Act after Parliament had promised us that they would look after us. So gosh, I think a number of us will know. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that interesting. But it seems to me that the name Cobus was very important at the inception of the BCCSA. We have to thank all the Cobus out there. Thank you very much for that, Professor. Okay, any other? Fakir, sorry, yes.
Thank you, Sunette. Good morning, everyone. I hope you'll indulge me for a minute or two. I got invited on Wednesday when Lois called me, and I didn't know the program, and I'm so disappointed that I have to leave at tea time looking at the program today, especially when I see I'm going to miss my best boss ever in my whole life sitting next to me here when I'm a pensioner. But if you'll indulge me for a moment, I want to share my experience. Just one or two examples. I've written a book called 35 Years at the SABC, which is what I did until I retired 7 years ago. There's an entire chapter on the BCCSA and Gail also on my time at the ASA. And this book is available free. If you'd like an e-copy, all you need to do is WhatsApp me or email me. And Nadia has all my contact details in the team, so you can just send it there. So when I got a call from Lois, I didn't know what exactly it was about. I knew the 30-year celebration is coming up. And I had this vision that perhaps Nadia couldn't negotiate with Trevor. You know that Trevor who is getting some fees. His surname is Noah. So I thought maybe they couldn't negotiate the fee. So they asked the resident ex-SABC court jester, which is the title that Rob Stevenson had bestowed on me. He said, I'm the only person in the SABC who could tell the CEOs a lot of nonsense when I was the MC and get away with it. So he dubbed me the court jester. So all these stories are in my book. I thought one I should share, Cobus, you'll remember, is the one about getting the use of the word "fokol" on Ukozi FM. And you'll pardon me because the BCCSA ruled that it's okay. So I can use it here. That was one of the interesting cases I wrote about. The others were largely about religion. When people would write that we are using again, oh my God, on some or other station, and one particular religious organization, Cobus, you'll remember, had written that, how would you feel if somebody kept saying, oh Allah, all day long? And I had the pleasure of telling that person in the BCCSA, you know, all Muslims say Allah all day long. So I don't know what you're arguing about here. And again, Cobus and his team of commissioners ruled that it was acceptable in that context. So many, many interesting cases at both these institutions I served on, and you're all very welcome to get the book and read it.
Thank you.
No charge. It's distributed free to libraries and everywhere else, so it's available. So, and Sunette, great to see you again as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, thank you for that offer as well. It will only be very interesting, all the cases that we've sat through. Any other questions for our panelists? Yes.
It's my second time on the mic today. I'm not hogging it, I promise. You know, in spectrum management, one thing that the world probably realized was that spectrum knows no borders. You put up a satellite in space and it will cover an entire region, right? And what was then realized was the ITU would then be the one that manages the spectrum resource, that regulates the spectrum resource. And every 4 years we come up with radio regulations, and then countries would then have to put those radio regulations into their own regulations. content on the internet knows no borders as well. You put up a site, and I have developed many websites in my past. You put a website, it's available in the USA immediately, right? Now, is there a view perhaps in content regulation that we can have such an international body that looks at particular regulations around content, and then countries can then regulate based on those?
Would you like to answer?
Yes, for sure. I think when it comes to the regulation of the internet, it is challenging. When one looks specifically at content, there have been some countries who in the past have been hands-off. In fact, ICASA itself, about a decade ago, decided not to be involved in the regulation of the internet when it came to internet television and IPTV, and probably this is being reviewed in the draft white paper that is before us. Canada took the same decision, so don't knock ICASA for that. Canada took the exact same decision, saying it's a bit too difficult to regulate the internet, and for many years they did not. They're now looking at doing so. Other countries have shifted in, Europe being a key one, where we have the Audiovisual Media Services Directive at an European Union level, and that makes it easier to regulate the internet because they cover an entire region. So if you're shifting your server about in the European Union, it doesn't really matter. They have country of origin principles established for dealing with that. So you do need a certain level of at least regional agreements when it comes to the regulation of this. And one hopes that the African Union is looking at that in terms of the various agreements that they're looking at in terms of free trade areas and so forth in Africa as the continent. That doesn't mean that as a nation you stand up and do nothing. A lot of the people who advocate for the internet must be free say it's like the ocean, it's a global commons and you can't regulate it. But when you stop and think about it, yes, you can't regulate tides, they happen whether you want them or not. But that doesn't mean the ocean's not regulated when people use it. So for example, we have territorial waters, and as a nation you have sovereignty over that, and you can put in place laws that govern your territorial waters, and the same applies to the internet. In order for the internet to function, there is infrastructure that resides within your country, and that gives you a certain degree of control over when people shift out, how you can deal with it. Tabi, you spoke about generative AI being one of the big topics now. As a regulator, when I look at AI, I go, well, how can AI stop piracy? How can AI assist regulators to deal with things like content regulation where people are not based within your borders? And I think that's probably some of the exciting things that one is looking at going forward. I think the draft white paper is at least a step forward to saying that there is no difference between the content and broadcasting platforms and that of the video on demand players. And we need to look at how we can level the playing field. And I think that's an exciting first step. It does need more work though.
Okay, thank you. Is there any views on Mr. Beloka's suggestion that that it should be all, that there should be one body, that we should have an online regulatory body instead of content? I will give you a chance. I just want to know if the audience will want to, if there's anyone there who have a view on that. What I just want to, before I give you a chance, correct is that we do use the FPB classifications on the broadcasters do use that for where there are classification by the FPB on movies and that. And while we can increase the age restriction, make it higher because of the environment where in television and all that, it's a different environment. We do follow the FPB, and that's one of the guidelines. Serious guidelines that has to be adhered to. Okay, well, I suppose then you have to.
Yeah. I had a thought on that because, you know, as Dr. Beloka said, you know, there's a rating that they do and then there's a rating that we do, and there's some differences, and shouldn't we have a single rating or a single regulator? And I think the thing to bear in mind is that technology neutrality works well, but even an engineer can tell you there's sometimes you have to acknowledge these things that, because of the platform, are different. And the same applies when it comes to ratings. There's a big difference between a cinema and people who are looking at a rating and deciding to go into a cinema, and somebody who is in a public space. and hence our ratings would be different because we intend to increase them, acknowledging the fact that there might be children walking through a living room, for example, or people in the public. When it comes to the single regulator, I have no objection to a single regulator, so long as it's the one in Section 192, an independent regulator that is not governed by ministerial authorities.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your response. Dimokatse, I'll give you a moment now. I'm sorry, my apologies, Dr. Boloka. I addressed you as Mr. I didn't realize you were Doctor. I'm so sorry about that. And then an illustration of that is in my own, when I realized how I saw the BCCSA working in my own scenario. My daughter and I went to watch the Skoue Koskat in the movies when it was on circuit. And there's quite a lot of intimate instances. And we sat through it all and it all was fine. And then Kijknet broadcast it, and she said, yes, it was such a good movie, let's watch it again. So there she and I sat in the TV lounge, just the two of us and the TV, and it's not that distance, and she said she can't remember that it was so bad in the, in the large auditorium, and that's why we have to sometimes, well, she was old enough in any case to watch it, but I mean, I realized the difference between when you see it on circuit, when it's on circuit, and when you see it, that there is instances where you have to adjust. Sorry, Dimokatse, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the question raised by the chairperson of NAB, indeed, at the global level, you find that the UN is now engaging the sector around the global compact in terms of regulation moving forward. But what you usually see is that because of the cultural, political, religious, and all those issues that are social, mostly countries are given the right to deal with them from their own specific countries. And you might have a general broader framework, for example, at the EU level, where you have a broader one, but countries in terms of content regulation, they're very specific to their countries, even within that framework. So it is something I think we have looked at, but also within AFTA, that is the continental trade, they're now starting to develop a framework that will deal with OTTs and content and other issues. But I think they give the countries the right to develop their own legislative framework. So indeed, at the UN level, UNESCO and others, we look at the matters of content regulation in that issue. But the issues that are current now is the issues related to misinformation and disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I got the indication that my time is running out. So thank you for my panel, for their views. Dr. Boloka, thank you for sharing your views with us and making time for us. I'm sure you must be a very busy person. And for everyone else sharing their expertise with us, for you listening to us. And I think we've just, in what the new expression is, the oortjies van die seekoe. We've just touched that on online regulation. Online content, regulation. And I think we deserve another conference or another workshop to discuss that. But thank you so much for your participation, and it was really very interesting for me to hear all the views. Thank you so much. Thanks to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dimokatse.
Thank you. Thank you.
A very big thank you to Dr. Sunette Lota, as well as our panelists. Thank you so much for those who joined us via Zoom as well. Thanks for making the time to join us this morning and to engage in that very, very important conversation. Alrighty, just as a quick reminder, once again, we do have a lucky draw, but later on. So if you haven't added your business card, please make sure to do so in the bowl. And I also just kind of want to touch on a time that was just a little bit scary for presenters like myself at some point. Do you remember back in the day when there were headlines that read something like, oh my goodness, radio and TV are dead. Podcasts are replacing traditional radio. Who listens to radio anymore, right? There were all these headlines doing the rounds in social media. And now we're the ones with the last laugh going, ha, ha, ha. Look at us now. We're still standing strong. We're still delivering content. We are still entertaining South Africans every single day. And I think that in and of itself is such an incredible achievement. And I think what's so exciting about being in this industry, looking at the past 30 years, is realizing that the next 30 years are incredibly exciting. So here to let us know a little bit more about that is our guest speaker joining us all the way from Australia. It's James Cridland, radio futurologist.
Greetings, good morning to you. How are you all? Are you all having a great day? I hope so. Now, let me show you a vision of the future. This is a vision of the future. This little picture was published in 1922 by a man called Hugo Gernsback in a book called Radio for All. Now, you probably haven't heard of Hugo Gernsback. He was born in Luxembourg. He moved to America in 1904. And a year later, he invented something that's probably quite important to all of us. He invented the first wireless radio. And he later coined the phrase science fiction. And in his science fiction magazines and in his books, he started telling us what the future would be like. And this is from a book of his in 1922 called Radio for All. And in it, he imagines a world run by radio. Now, he was a little bit ahead of his time. All of this was supposed to have happened by the early 1970s. But almost everything he foretold in 1922 has come true. So in here you can see aeroplanes controlled by radio signals, as they all are today, then a drone, then the idea of wireless charging, which is now built into many phones and all kinds of things like that. What else have we got here? We've got a radio-controlled clock, the idea of email using Wi-Fi, and on his desk, the internet, and sitting next to him, a radio heater, or as we know it now, a microwave oven. Hugo Gernsback was quite a rare person, I think, someone who understood where the future was going and how much it would disrupt us. But many people have been busy predicting the death of radio, as you've just heard, the launch of television in the 1950s, the cassette and the Walkman in the 1970s, music TV in the 1980s, and the iPod, Napster, Spotify, and YouTube today, and of course, podcasting. And all of these, as has just been said, were supposed to have killed radio, yet none have. The UK radio industry is particularly open with their data. So I'm going to show you their figures from the last 20 years. This is how radio looked in 1999. Let's not reveal the rest quite yet, but let's remember what life was like in 1999. We had no YouTube, no iPhone, no iPod. In the UK, most people had a choice of just 5 television channels, no high-speed internet. So no wonder that radio was so popular. It was the only way to hear new music other than to go out and buy it in stores like Virgin Megastores or Our Price or Tower Records. So radio back in 1999 was a really big deal. And 9 out of 10 Brits tuned into the radio every week, and I was one of them. But since then, the world has changed. I can access any song I want to hear for free on YouTube or Spotify. Instead of relying on the radio for news, I can find it online through websites or Twitter or Facebook. And the same goes for following my favorite celebrities. Waze or Google Maps has all the traffic reports that I need, with data updated every minute from thousands of other drivers. And all this information isn't just at home, because I can do this wherever I am, thanks to my mobile phone. And we relied on radio in 2000 for new music, for news, for weather reports, for traffic. But in 2023, we don't need to rely on radio at all for that. So it's perhaps surprising that radio in the UK is perhaps still as popular as it was. There's been a tremendous amount of change over the last 20 years, but radio is still reaching 9 out of 10 people in the UK. It's still part of everyday life. It's a habit that's proving very hard to break. And it isn't just the UK. 9 out of 10 people listen to the radio every single week, from Malaysia to Mumbai, New York to New South Wales, Strasbourg to Singapore. Radio is in great shape, and it remains the powerful medium that we all know it is. 9 out of 10 is a great number. After all, the change in the past 30 years, 9 out of 10 people are still consuming radio every single week, and we should be proud of the power of radio. But change is happening. In terms of total audio, older people still love their radio, but younger people are consuming more on-demand content. They don't have to wait for the next news bulletin or the next travel news. They know where to find that information, wherever they want it. They find it on the internet. Facebook, Google, and Twitter, and companies like them are even ever more intertwined with our lives. You know, Spotify knows what sort of music that I listen to. Using artificial intelligence and clever algorithms, it suggests more music to me that it thinks that I'll like, and I'm in my own musical bubble on Spotify. I never hear songs that the algorithm hasn't approved, and it does a pretty good job. So I'm relatively comfortable with the idea that Spotify is essentially watching over me to help me find music I'll enjoy, but then it's only music. Google knows that I'm in Brisbane today. It knows where I was yesterday, what news stories I read this morning, what's in my diary for tomorrow. Google knows what music I listen to, what shops I visit, who I email, when I email, how much money I have in the bank, what time I go to bed, what time I wake up, when I have a coffee, what rate my heart is beating right now. Google knows what medical problems I have and what medical problems I think I have. And Google presents to me every day a list of news stories that I should read. And when searching the internet, Google's results for me are tuned to my interest. They hide things that they don't think that I should read. So it's a good job that Google isn't evil, right? Facebook knows where I go, who I talk to, who my friends are. Facebook knows how old I am if I'm feeling happy or sad. Facebook knows where I live. And using artificial intelligence based on the stories I read and the conversations I have, Facebook can work out how I vote. And Facebook presents to me every day a list of news stories and conversations that it thinks I'll like, and deliberately hides from me the conversations and the news stories that it thinks I won't like. So it's a good job that Facebook isn't given that data to anybody else, isn't it? Now, radio has a unique power. When I listen to the radio, I listen to people with common interests to me. They live in the same place. They like the same music. But because radio isn't ultra personalized like Google or Facebook can be, it can help people see both sides of the argument. It can help people discover stories they otherwise were unaware of. It helps connect people. And instead of polarizing people to one belief or the other, radio helps understanding and harmony. Radio is incredibly, uniquely powerful. And when used properly, radio is able to bring us together as communities, as nations, as people. It's why I have a different definition of radio than you might have. We get hung up on radio's technology and radio's platforms, and we talk about live radio and local radio and AM and FM, and some of us talk about DAB or DRM and other things. And none of this matters, because uniquely, radio offers a human connection and a shared experience. And it does so in a way that we can consume on the bus, in the car, while doing the washing, while walking the dog, while working, while relaxing, while at home, while away from home, while in lockdown. Now, it might be live, it might be on demand, it might be on FM, it might be on the internet. But in marketing terms, a human connection and a shared experience is our unique selling proposition, because radio does this better than anyone else. So when we're planning our stations and we're working on our shows, we should probably keep this thought uppermost. What are we giving our audience that they can't get through other platforms? Now, sure, we can play them a new song from Ariana Grande. We can bring them another interview with another showbiz star. We can play 10 songs in a row on the #1 hit music station. We can give people a traffic report that's pointless to 95% of the audience because they're not driving down that road and they're not driving at that time anyway. And we can give them lots of things that we gave them back in 1993 when the NAB was formed in South Africa. We can give them lots of things that many other platforms can give them. Or we can think about our unique selling proposition, a human connection and a shared experience, the thing that Spotify can't give, the thing that Twitter can't give, the thing that Google is bad at. I think this is what we should be focusing on. The best shows on the radio at the moment, and the shows doing really well in the ratings, are inclusive shows that aren't concentrating on showbiz and celebrity, but are making the audience the star. And if you feel part of a community, part of a club, part of your world, then you will win. Google or Facebook can't do that. Their very nature leads to polarization and social bubbles that lead to extremism. Radio in 2023 is powerful and exciting, but I think it's more than that. Radio has the power to unite us, to give us more understanding of the world and the people around us. Radio can help avoid the kind of polarization and conflict that we see in the US and Europe. Radio can help our audience feel included in their community and their world, and have many positive effects on mental health, social inclusion, and understanding of our fellow human beings. Radio was a lifeline during the pandemic, a lifeline in recent bushfires and floods in Australia and Canada, and will be a lifeline again in the future. When Hugo Gernsback drew that picture of the future in Radio for All, he focused on the technology, but radio has the power to do much more than that, so much more. So today, as we look back at the NAB's 30 years in South Africa, take some time to think about radio's part in the future. In some ways, radio needs reinventing to better align with today. Live and local, I would argue, is less important than real and relevant. We need to harness the benefits of new technology and new platforms, which means we need new ideas about how we make radio, as well as how people consume it. But we also need to remember the power that we all have, the power of radio. Thank you. Happy 30th birthday to the NAB, and keep listening.
James Cridland, radio futurologist, joining us all the way from Australia. Thank you so much to James for sharing that with us this morning. It gave me a new kind of understanding about this industry that I'm so passionate about, this job that I'm so passionate about. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but I am a breakfast show host, which is, I mean, you can applaud if you want to. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna force you to applaud, but applause if you feel the need. And it's a pretty big deal. And I think one of the things that has really stuck with me with what James mentioned is human connection. And I've always found it so beautiful how radio gives me as a presenter the opportunity to connect with people I've never met before, people I probably will never meet before. Or meet in my life, but people that I share so much in common with. And that's the beautiful thing about going on air every single weekday from 5 to 9 a.m. if you want to listen. That's when the show is on, 5 to 9 a.m. But that's the most beautiful thing about being a radio presenter, is being able to connect with listeners in a way that no other platform will allow me to. It's absolutely incredible. All right, ladies and gents, it is about time for us to take a 15-minute break. We're going to take a quick tea break. So please head on outside if you'd like a refill, grab some tea, grab some coffee. I know that for some of you, it's been a while since you've seen one another, so you want a bit of time to catch up. And also, just as a quick reminder to please enter the draw as well. Oh, there's so if you would like to take a
on a hyper-local, regional, and national basis here in the United States and globally. I can't think of any other medium out there that does all of these things in an incredibly trustworthy and authentic way. So for the past year, 5 or so years, the RAB has conducted a series of what we call audio pulse polls among marketers and agencies. And though it's not at all surprising that reach is important to nearly every brand or business out there, what is surprising is that less than a third of them knew or know that radio is the #1 reach medium. And that it is, considering how vast and complex the media and marketing landscape is today, with technology changing the way people listen, view, and engage with content. Broadcast AM/FM radio continues to be America's #1 reach media, touching and engaging 217 million people every single week. That's more than any other media, all screens, all platforms that are available throughout a consumer's daily journey. And by the way, this is in addition to the over 100 million people that are listening to streaming radio through their mobile devices. And as platforms and channels continue to expand, radio expands. There are already over 75 million HD radio receivers currently in the market, and they make the audio experience more robust and allow radio stations to split their signal so that they're broadcasting up to 5 additional stations. Podcast consumption has exploded, and nearly every radio station across the US is streaming and offering original content both in audio and video form on their websites and apps. And with the increased usage of smart speakers, radio is back in the homes and on the nightstands, with 71% of smart speaker owners listening to AM/FM radio through that device. This universe is also making radio even more conversational and interactive. Attention is a new metric that marketers are looking at when they make their media choices and decisions, as it is directly correlated to sales. The higher the attention a consumer pays to the content that they hear or view, the higher the conversion will be. When you introduce a cost per thousand to attention metrics, you can see how much it costs to garner 1,000 seconds of attention from consumers. And radio delivers an amazing rate of cost efficiency for its marketing partners. What you see here, and according to a study just released last month by Dentsu, audio outpaces all other media. Per 1,000 impressions, audio delivers over 10,000 attentive seconds as compared to television, which delivers 4,000, and social just under 4,000. Trust in today's world is imperative. Consumers are more savvy than they've ever been before, and they have very high expectations of brands and media. Year after year, across various surveys and studies, one consistent characteristic of radio is that it's a trusted medium. In the United States, radio is a federally regulated medium, and which is unlike social media. And it's no surprise that radio is considered to be 2 times more trustworthy than social media, given the fraudulent content and biased issues that social media has endured over the past several years. One of the reasons that people trust radio so much is because of its personalities. Most importantly, consumers trust them and consider them to be opinion leaders. The role that radio on-air personalities play in the lives of listeners is absolutely unparalleled. They're considered friends. Listeners tune in because of them. And if they weren't around, listeners believe their daily routines would be different. On-air personalities are the human tissue that connects the listener to the station and to the community. They're the original social influencers. They're lead generators for advertisers, and they're an incomparable asset that can help build and bridge connections between brands and consumers. Just this week, RAB released a study conducted by a data and analytics firm, Engagement Labs, that revealed heavy radio listeners have nearly 5 billion brand conversations weekly as a result of what they heard on the radio. This is higher than heavy users of any other media. This is further proof and a testament to everything I just shared. Radio's strong reach, its trusted content, the influence of radio's on-air personalities, and the vast attention that listeners give to the media. So innovation and growth is happening across the entire audio ecosystem at a vastly accelerated pace. Audio content is in high demand among consumers, and it's important to understand what's fueling the content economy, if you will. Much attention is paid to the newer, more innovative digital audio platforms like podcasting, social media, and digital video capabilities. But what's important to understand is that the flow of content is moving back and forth, and sometimes in a circuitous way, so that it all works together. Radio remains the mass yet targeted and trusted audio platform, and radio stations are extending programming to longer form podcast content, to their social media platforms, and are adding video content to the broadcast to complement their broadcast. But it also goes the other way. Smart podcasters are bringing bite-sized teaser content to radio to generate mass appeal and new subscribers. Social influencers are leaning into radio and in some cases are now hosting shows and therefore significantly expanding their audiences. Traditional radio remains the massive center of it all. And it's important not just to consumers, but to hosts, influencers, music artists, and advertisers as well. So it's been a tough few years in the United States and globally. Yet the radio industry has bounced back from challenging, volatile times in the past, and it will again. What's different now is that we, radio globally, are not alone. Chief marketing officers are under more pressure than ever before and needing to get creative to fully execute their strategies with budget cuts, supply chain issues, inflationary pressures, and job cuts. Automotive as a category cut their television spending by over 14% this past April versus a year ago. Media agencies have seen their new business billings decline. OTT and streaming content distributors are reorganizing, merging, cutting staff. The writer's strike is creating significant turmoil for television and streaming media. Yet brands remain focused on growth. And growth today means building meaningful relationships with consumers by authentic, human, innovative, and creative, by being authentic, human, innovative, and creative. Radio does all of this. So as the industry continues to help our brand partners to realize the power of radio's authenticity, creativity, and ability to drive results, we will all arise stronger. Radio truly is poised to seize the moment through its efficiency, scale, authenticity, and it's easy to use whenever a consumer wants or needs it, and it's free to use whenever they want and whenever they need it. Our future growth is predicated on macro trends and opportunities that include everything from AI and the metaverse to addressability, precision targeting, and new media like retail media networks. I'm going to take you through how radio in the US is seizing the opportunity for a few of these, beginning with addressability and targeting. We were recently asked by a global agency holding company to define addressability for the radio medium. Broadcast radio provides opportunity for personalization by format, localization by geography, and so much more. And as you move to the right of this slide through radio's digital channels, including mobile, smart speakers, and podcasts, it enables radio to truly deliver addressable and personalized micro and niche targeting with geofencing, behavioral targeting, and everything else that any other digital channel is able to do. For years, one of the issues that marketers have had with radio is the lack of visual. Well, today, technology is enabling the ability for radio to engage both the ears and the eyes. Here's one example of this where Q's technology affords marketers and radio stations the ability to program visuals in the car's dashboard in sync with what the radio is playing, the radio commercial, and it works. As you can see here, two brief case studies where 12% of those who saw a retailer's in-car visual were more likely to visit the store. And the second case, text for a local auto wash achieved more submissions than any other campaign that was running in the market with the same message. The smart speaker now connects radio directly to commerce. So as I mentioned earlier, over 70% of smart speaker owners listen to AM/FM radio stations through their smart speakers. Well, now they can interact and engage as a direct result of hearing an ad through the smart speaker, and all it requires is the answer to a prompt in the radio ad copy. So in the case of Pizza Hut, 46% of listeners who heard an ad engaged in a dialogue with Pizza Hut to receive a discounted code. And in the case of Infinity, 19% of those who heard a prompt signed up for an Infinity test drive. These are really big numbers for new technology. And when radio extends the conversation among their fans across the social media world, it expands the results. Over 4,000 radio social posts for 510 brands drove over 100,000 engagements in a 3-month time period. And radio has also expanded its experiential prowess. Radio invented experiential marketing years and years and years ago with traditional radio remote broadcasts. And today, digital and virtual integrations and partnerships are taking live and in-person plus virtual activations to a whole new level. Not to mention how iHeart has entered the metaverse with immersive music and gaming integrations in the Roblox platform. I think we're going to see a lot more of this happening and continuing to evolve. And finally, and I can't overemphasize this enough, attribution, attribution, attribution. It's never been more important to measure the effectiveness and prove to the marketing community that radio drives results. Radio globally has come a very long way in its ability to prove results with methodology that fits every objective that a client is looking to achieve. And with that, I can confidently say to all of you that radio's future is very, very bright. Audio is hot among both consumers and advertisers in the United States, and I like to say that radio is even hotter. It reaches everyone, both one-to-many with the ability for precision targeting. It's incredibly immersive with the ability to influence at scale. It delivers results for advertisers, and it's a trusted, accountable, and safe environment for brands. I'd like to close with a huge congratulations to NAB South Africa on your milestone 30th anniversary. I am completely confident that the next 30 years will shine even brighter than the last 30 have. And I'll leave you with my contact information. A reminder to visit rab.com for pro radio studies, facts, and presentations, and to follow us on social media. A big thanks to the team for inviting me to participate. I hope the remainder of the conference is a success, and congratulations again on the 30th anniversary. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thanks very much to Tammy Greenberg from the RAB in the USA. I guess being the RAB, fairly predictably, the narrative that she's spinning is that radio is trusted, it's innovative, it's broadly consumed, it's growing across audio platforms, it's weathering volatile markets, and it drives sales. I guess one of the things, us as radio people, these are all concepts that we like to hear. Whether or not radio is poised for growth, though, I guess that's quite a bold statement in a market that's pretty saturated. So, certainly that's something as we explore on the panel narrative, that's a concept that we'd like to explore some more. And I think perhaps opportune, following Tammy and her understanding of the American advertising market in respect to radio, we have Larry Rosen as our next speaker. Now, Larry is, many of you know Larry, he's the president of Edison Research. He co-founded Edison Research in 1994. And many of you also know that Larry is a great friend to the NAB and also a great fan of South Africa. He's been out here a number of times and in fact has brought his wife out and done all the tourism stops around South Africa as well. So he's a big fan of the country and the territory. And he's done 2 infinite dial studies with us as the NAB, which the contents of which are often still widely quoted across the media industry. My experience of Larry as well, having been to a lot of international conferences, is that he is absolutely the foremost independent research authority on both US and international listening trends in audio and radio. So I'd like to hand over to Larry to take us through his presentation, and perhaps start, Larry, by saying, you know, Tammy said a lot of positive things. You know, perhaps you can help us understand how much is spin and how much is substance.
Well, I would say good morning, everyone. Greetings from New Jersey, up bright and early, and congratulations from me as well on your 30th birthday. So how much is spin? I would say Tammy's presentation was 100% substance and 100% spin. Obviously, she gave the most sunny view, and that's her job at the RAB here in the United States to present the most positive, like I said, sunniest view of what's going on. And there are many great stories of radio's influence here and radio's market power, etc. She did talk about change and how radio companies here in the United States are leaning into change. And I've always felt when I've gotten involved with my friends in South Africa that, you know, part of what my company and I can bring to you guys is sort of a bit of a vision of where things are going. So I just have two graphs, a very short presentation that I do want to show you. Let's see if I can successfully share. I think you're seeing my screen. And, you know, so just to add a bit to the conversation, you know, when I talk about our data to people, I really ask them to look at two things very closely from here in the United States, because there's two really massive megatrends I'm guessing the panel will get to that need to also be acknowledged on top of what Tammy showed. We do a study called Share of Ear here in the United States, where we're tracking changes, and we're tracking the entire audio industry, not just radio. And there's two massive trends that probably should be acknowledged. One is here in the United States, the phone is really eating up all the listening. We've been tracking since 2014 how much listening happens on a phone, that's the sort of reddish line going from low to high, and how much listening happens on a radio receiver here in the United States. And you can see back when we started tracking this, there was a 31-point gap between listening on a radio receiver and listening on a phone. And you can see that those numbers crossed last year. They really have, that sort of has accelerated a bit into our reports this year. And I always hesitate to predict the future, but it seems almost impossible that this trend will change. It seems extremely unlikely that the radio receiver itself will be what people listen on. And then the other massive megatrend, and Tammy acknowledged this, is the somewhat rapid change in terms of linear media consumption versus on demand. And in the audio sphere, we're tracking that as well. And you can see basically the same pattern. This one, we only have tracked to 2015. And so in this case, everything is either linear or on demand. And in 2015, there was a 38-point gap in terms of people listening to linear content, radio, and online versions of radio. We have satellite radio here in the United States versus podcasts, owned music, people being able to choose what they want to listen to on Spotify and services like that, Apple Music. And you can see that gap has narrowed and narrowed. And just in our most recent update, those two lines have finally met and actually crossed a little bit as well. And so those are really the two additions I think I would add to what Tammy said. Like I said, everything Tammy said was true. Everything Tammy said is correct. Radio remains a powerful force in the United States. She touched on the sort of, radio's got its challenges, but other media has worse challenges here in the United States, and that's absolutely true. Radio is so much healthier than linear television or print. But things are changing rapidly, and if you look at the United States, you get a peek into what the future will probably be everywhere.
Thanks, Larry. I think that's instructive. Effectively, mode of listening is shifting onto new devices, and if you like, control of listening, or the selection by audiences of the time and opportunity when they want to consume content is becoming obviously more important. And I think that segues nicely into our next speaker, who is Christian Skolt, and he's Chief Digital Officer at RTL Radio Germany. So I think as somebody in the broadcasting space, that rooted in the broadcasting space, but perhaps with a digital slant, I think you're well positioned to give us a sense of how that shift between traditional analog radio and digital is working, and also perhaps give us a perspective outside of the US in a market like Germany. So welcome, Christian.
Yes, this is what I'm going to talk about. And also greetings from Berlin in Germany, and congratulations on your 30th birthday. We recently celebrated our 35th birthday, so we are quite at the same, let's say, pace and situation of our history. So what I would like to share with you is exactly what you were just saying, is how radio is doing in Germany, and probably, give me 1 second. Yes. So we probably show all similar patterns here. This is the radio consumption over the last 5 years in Germany, 14 plus. And what you can see is, of course, a decrease, but it's decreasing at a quite slow pace. So this is not something we usually worry about. The green line is the total radio consumption, and red and blue are commercial radio versus public broadcasters, which is pretty equal in Germany, so 50-50 in terms of usage. But what we are seeing is a much faster and stronger decline in the younger demo. So if we look at 1449, we see that over the last 5 years, the listening numbers dropped by almost 20%. So this is significant, and this is something we're seeing as a constant pattern, and this is something we worry about, and this is something we are facing from a broadcaster's perspective, but also from all parts of the market. And at the same time, the number of digital brands is growing. This is the number of audio or radio offerings that distribute digitally in Germany on a monthly basis is increasing from quarter to quarter. So we now have 1,500 radio brands in Germany broadcasting digitally, and we still see a strong year-on-year growth. So it's growing by 10% constantly every year, and so does consumption. So we really see this shift from traditional listening to digital listening. The good thing still, and I would also like to provide you with good information and facts from Germany, is that radio still owns mornings. So it's still the #1 medium across the day until it loses in the afternoon to online information sources, and of course in the evening TV is popping in as the strongest mass medium in the evening. But radio is still there, and in terms of relevance and in terms of sales, radio is still strong in Germany. So sales-wise, we see not really a decline because all the other media are losing, and radio remains stable in terms of sales in Germany. The big fight, though, is for the online audio budget, and this is similar to what Larry was showing, that we are facing more and more competition on the digital part of the audio business, with music streaming especially strong, with younger demo, but also audiobooks and of course podcasts. The good thing and encouraging news here is, and this is just a number we got last week, is that web radio is gaining market share in the online audio space. And this is mainly driven by smart TV consumption. So what we're seeing in Germany right now, that apart from the mobile phone as the central media device, smart TV sets are growing and becoming the second most important device for audio and radio. And especially web radio, so digitally distributed radio, is really profiting from this. And this is something which is really encouraging, because it also shows that there are certain platforms in certain situations where radio is growing in a digital environment despite the strong competition we are facing there. And one last thing, which is becoming more and more relevant here, is AI, obviously. And AI is popping in and affecting all the parts of our value chain. So it's affecting content creation, it's affecting production, promotion and marketing, especially sales and distribution. So we are about to integrate AI parts into every part of this value chain. And just to give you one or two examples, one is driven by synthetic and artificial voices. So we try to personalize the non-music content, especially with news content. So you can listen to your personal version of an audio bulletin, or since RTL in Germany is a company that also has a lot of text and news content, we turn them into personalized audio bulletins, and this enables us to monetize a vast amount of additional inventory that really adds also something to our business. Same with sales side. We do run a lot of self-service tools in Germany that allows small and medium clients to come up with their own spots and book them directly into our booking system. So this is something we really see as a big opportunity sales-wise, because we are reaching new clients and also new potentials here with small and medium businesses. And this is something we see across all German broadcasters. And finally, and this is really encouraging, and Tammy mentioned that radio has also to offer something visually. We see that AI is enriching radio in terms of adding visuals. And this is something we do increasingly, is that we run AI to enrich either podcast or broadcast content with corresponding pictures. In this case, it's a kid podcast that is synchronized with corresponding pictures generated by AI. And this is something we see growing, and this is a big sales opportunity as well, because you can also synchronize visuals with your commercials. And this is something we really rely on in terms of additional potential for sales. So finally, we probably assume that radio will decline for a while, but at the same time, online audio is still booming, and it will be in the next year the most relevant channel. And we are quite thrilled by the fact that it's really driven by additional devices, especially smart TV. And you mentioned that earlier, radio has to implement more and even more advanced technology. So it's not only a content game, it's also a tech-driven game. I didn't touch that, but we will face some issues with cross-channel measurement with more and more platforms. It will be more and more challenging to measure that. And then you have to talk to Larry, because he's an expert on that. AI is the big mega trend, and we will profit from this. But the most important trend and the most important thing we are working on is to really upskill staff, because everything that is related to tech and everything that is related to the bright future of radio has to be implemented in your teams. And this is the #1 priority right now across all of our stations, to really enable people to acknowledge this trend and to be able to drive this in terms of content, but also in terms of tech. So this as a brief overview of Germany, and happy to discuss this even further.
Thank you. Thank you to our international speakers. And now quickly turning to the local market and our local panelists. There's a lot of positive narrative around radio generally. I guess I'm picking on one of the slightly more worrying trends, which is this trend of that Christian touched on around this erosion of younger audiences. And I'm going to start with Melentle on this, because I guess of the brands represented here today, yours is, whilst not a youth station, but you perhaps have a younger skew than the other stations on the panel. I mean, is this something that keeps you up at night? And what other threats and opportunities do you see in terms of these international trends and their relevance to you locally?
No, it doesn't keep me up at night, because I think what is happening with young adults, especially in KZN, I can only speak about KZN, is that radio creates a sense of belonging for them, especially looking at our radio station. What we had to do is instead...
Okay.
Testing. 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 Relax, it's fine. There we go. It's good now.
Going to cut to a quick commercial break.
A little bit of dead air there.
Yeah.
Got flat batteries in this
okay.
technological era.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So as I was saying, I think the important thing is to create that sense of belonging for the youth. And how do you do that? It's in the way that you speak to them. It's also, in a way, localizing their content. Because at the end of the day, I think it was Larry who pointed, no, it wasn't Larry, the speaker before, who pointed out that there is a sense of community that needs to be created. So, one, it doesn't keep me up because of the shift from traditional radio to digital platforms. But what we're also seeing is that the way that radio is consumed has also changed, right? So yes, our young adults will consume radio, but at the same time, they would also catch up on radio on the digital platforms like your social media and everything. So the challenge then is to catch them at every moment of their lives. So whether if it's radio or social media or on digital like the apps and stuff like that.
Thank you. Perhaps moving to Tessa, because from a format point of view, talk radio, we lump into this radio category, and obviously a lot of the rest of us are music radio stations. But I mean, Tessa, which of these trends apply to your experience in the Cape Town and talk radio market?
Thanks, Nick. Morning, everyone. I think what's been so interesting for me is to see how eager younger audiences have been in consuming our content online. So Cape Talks on AM, and more than 10 years ago, we realized that we had to shift to online to market the station. And so what we've seen grow over time is not only our streaming audience, but also our audiences on TikTok and YouTube. At the moment, our streaming audience is at about 80% of our terrestrial audience. And, we often have over 1 million visitors to our website. So we know that we have a younger audience who are consuming our content online and seem to be enjoying it. But we don't know whether or not they are tuning in. It doesn't seem to be that they're moving to terrestrial. The other thing for me that's been quite encouraging to observe is to see that especially the talk show hosts, when they are having an editorial moment or a moment when they're being really authentic, expressing their view on something that's happened in the news, those short clips do exceptionally well on TikTok. And I want to come back to something that James said earlier, which was the importance of being real and relevant. And I think that that's absolutely crucial. And I think it cuts through a lot of what else is on social media. So a lot of self-promotion. But if the host is authentic, and if they're talking about whether it's, the economy or the budget speech or something that a politician said, that seems to be connecting with a younger audience on a different platform. So I'm quite encouraged because I think all these different platforms give us an opportunity to share our content with a different audience. For me, the challenge is, how do I monetize that? And I don't have an answer.
Yeah. Lois, how do you monetize that? I mean, how important, what kind of shift have you seen in terms of, building from this terrestrial radio product into, and how important do you see these other platforms, and how successful have you been in being able to create kind of engagement and revenue streams out of these additional platform plays?
I think one of the big things that shocked us in doing some research, and if you have a look, I don't know who in the room here lately has gone and tried to buy an FM radio. They're almost non-existent. And when you go out there and you say, wow, so we can't even buy the medium on which we're supposedly putting our content. I did a little bit of research, and ICASA did, there was a study done at the ICASA on how many South Africans have smartphones. And I was very surprised. I had thought the number was a lot lower. And the research that I got was 90% of South Africans have smartphones. Then you think about that and you say, how is that possible? So I then give my phone down to my children, who then give it down to, give it down to, give it down to. And we've had smartphones as part of our life for quite some time. So if you look at the smartphone in that and you can't buy a radio, it's kind of a no-brainer that it's going to shift to online. I'm sure all of you, when you're walking in the streets, you're walking in the malls, it drives me scatty, but everybody's got earphones on and everybody's doing something and not even looking where they're going. That's the future. Everybody is listening to something. My biggest concern is, how do we compete with things like Spotify? Looking to your point about the youth, it's the one thing for me that I think as a radio industry is one of our biggest challenges. The youth are looking for instant gratification. We don't understand half of their thought process and their needs. And as soon as we think we do understand them, something else comes in. So that changing landscape for me is really quite a difficult one. The other point I wanted to make is very much from a programmatic perspective. I think we have challenges there as well in the radio industry, because people also, no matter age, people are wanting instant gratification, they're wanting instant information. And it's a big thing to be able to deliver that. As simultaneously, they're looking for, and I use the term very loosely, entertainment. You're there, your programming is got to be really everything to all people. And I think that in itself is also a challenge. But I think that said, from a marketing perspective, I think we've got huge opportunities. I think out there, in my experience that I've come across, is a lot of marketers are looking for not 30-second spots anymore. They're looking for, let's call it NTR for want of a better word, come up with a personalized solution for me. And I think that's what we've also got to all look at. So we might have 4 financial institutions, but they're each wanting a personal solution for investment banking. And that's one of the challenges we've got from a sales perspective.
Thanks, Lois. I think those of us that are in Gauteng, certainly, we appreciate that radio builds a sense of community. And perhaps it's not quite as geographical, given that we have this vast and disparate and diverse melting pot in Gauteng and Johannesburg in particular. But when you look at the other provinces, like the Eastern Cape, you realize the degree to which this kind of geographical community building role really kind of cements radio's relevance and gives it longevity in those markets. Alfie, we heard earlier, particularly James put it particularly well, James Cridland, around creating that real human connection. Yeah. What is it that you've had to do within Algoa, and how have you been able to kind of build that sense of kind of that community glue that's made Algoa so relevant?
The key thing, Nick, is really understanding your target market. I think if you don't do that, there's no secret handshake. There's no way in which, I don't know how you like your coffee served. Do you even drink coffee? And that's the key for all of us. And I think whether you are in a concrete jungle like Gauteng, with all due respect, or whether you're on the coast of KZN, and irrespective of whether you target the youth or you target adults aged 25 plus, or the upper LSMs, or whatever it is that you do, if you don't understand those people, you're wasting your time. So what we've done over a course of many years, Nick, is severe research into really understanding people. And I think the other key thing is, in building that human connection and in building that community, you also need people within your organization. I've maintained this for a long time. We are not in the broadcasting business. We are not in the media business. We are in the people business. Because it takes people to inspire other people to listen to you. It takes people to convince a client to say, I have these other people that are interested in your product. and then to get those people to actually walk across the line and spend the money. And this industry does that very well. So what we've done really is we've worked through different communities. We've got to know, and this is over a course of many years, we've got to know the people that are involved with Leos and Lions and Rotary. Why? Because they have small communities that serve specific functions. And over time, we've gotten to know Cancer South Africa, and we've worked with a lot of NGOs, because here's the thing, at the very heart and soul of every single family where there are potential listeners are challenges. And it cuts beyond that into the working sphere, employment opportunities, etc. And in, sadly, a very depressed economy, we have managed to create a very special connection with our audience from the level of high school right through, carrying them through university, into that first job, into that second job, into that captain of industry space. But you've got to understand the when, the where, the how, the why. So research is key, and I just want to point out there that I think for us, as we sit here debating the future of radio, one of the key critical elements that we still are busy trying to figure out, and it's not just radio, and it's not just South Africa, the world over, is trying to understand the minds of the youth. Because between social media and blocking, and in South Africa, the Poppy Act, and gated communities, it remains a challenge. So it's up to us to continue to research our target market, understand them, and then go and give them what they want, as opposed to being that annoying guy in the pub that taps you on the shoulder and tries to tell you how important he is.
Thanks. We don't have a lot of time to get into a lot of subject matter, but so I'd like to ask a kind of general question to each member of the panel, and maybe we'll start with Alfie and we'll go along. In terms of what does the radio station of 10 years' time look like? We've seen these mega trends, the device changes in terms of mode of listening. We've seen this move from analog aggregation to digital distribution. We've seen this maintenance of audio in terms of building real human connection, which is creating some stickiness in terms of audiences, but a slow but steady decline, perhaps, in the future of total incidence of radio listenership. And then we've got the commercial factors. You know, we've got this 30 years ago, advertisers had 5 key traditional media format options to advertise, and now there are thousands and thousands of opportunities to reach audiences that are duplicated across all of those different platforms. And you know, I don't think any of us can argue that whilst we may have a positive outlook around our audience health as radio stations, the way that we are able to monetize those, you know, with a finite advertising pie is perhaps the most acute challenge facing the industry going forward. I mean, what do you see, Alfie, as the future of your business? And you know, if we walked through the doors of Algoa in 10 years' time, what kind of a business would we see?
You're going to see literally you're going to see something different, because it's 10 years down the line. But we're still going to be a people business. So ultimately, as I sit here, it's my personal hope, and it's that journey that FM is going to be around for time to come. Whether or not DAB happens right now isn't even a factor in my thinking, specifically in that market. You're going to see a bigger emphasis on streaming, because ultimately radio is one of those initial audio concepts. It's not just listening to a record or a CD or an MP3 today. It is someone actually vocalizing the here and now. It was our original live social media before social media came along. And I think that element of radio, that concept, is going to remain irrespective of the tech platform it finds itself on. But beyond that, podcasts are going to develop into something special. I mean, in Germany, they're talking about aligning podcasts with AI-generated pictures. I mean, that sounds exciting to me, right? And I do think that as we move, so there'll be other things. There'll be live streaming. I think people are going to take interviews in a studio to a on-the-couch scenario and get that onto TikTok and try and move that, because then you're in a global space. And we're obviously going to try all those things within all of our means. But the key thing, I think, for all of us in radio is think it through, plan it, try it, and if it fail fast, and move on. Don't waste your time flagging a dead horse 20 years down the line. If it works for you, great. And I can also hope that when you walk in the door of Algoa in 10 years' time, that you're going to be greeted by friendly people that are still very passionate about the industry.
Melissa, do you agree? What would today's 10-year-old experience when they encounter Gagazi?
Yeah, totally agree with the person element of it and the idea that when you walk into the studio, you'll still be greeted by a human being that you're able to relate to. But in 10 years' time, what I think will happen is that you're going to stop just seeing a radio station when you walk into the building, and it's just a radio station. There's going to be a diversification where I think there are certain media houses that are already playing in that field already, where you don't just only go to radio to do an interview or an advert or whatever. You find yourself also going into a certain studio and capturing some AV. I think there's going to be a whole lot more efficiency as well. Coming from a creative background where I used to do copywriting, I just wish that there was ChatGPT, for instance, because then with all the, listen, when you've got clients sending in briefs at last minute and you need to do copy for this promo and everything, I think ChatGPT will definitely assist a couple of copywriters to get all that work out quite more efficient. And from the AI voicing side as well, I mean, look, what we tend to do is you have a station voice, and whenever you need to do a certain imaging and everything, you need to plan around the station voice, the availability and everything. So for me, I see AI playing a role in production, where you have a voice that you keep and you just give it that copy and it churns out your imaging, your promos. I mean, look, it's quite we live in a society where first one out is so popular. The first one to say, it's been confirmed, so-and-so has passed on. And as radios, we also want to be the first to say, this person has passed on and this is their history and whatever. So you can't wait for a voiceover or for someone to script all of that to come through. So with AI, you'd be able to do that at a split of a second. So yeah, I do see some changes, but with Alfie, I also agree that the human touch is still going to be needed, that humanness still needs to be there. I mean, I don't think that an AI presenter, when you call in and they ask you, where you're calling in from, that they'll be able to engage with you and say, oh yeah, in your area, I know that there's a mama there who sells delicious fat cook, you know? And people still need that kind of connection or relation as well. Yeah.
It's funny you say that. My question to Lois was going to be, why don't we we're all facing cost pressures. Presenters are difficult to manage. Why don't we just go the whole hog? You know, Futuri Media has, in the US, has produced the first AI-driven presenting, technology. So it canvasses your local social media streams. It gets a sense of local things. It voices content, and it programs the segues to do all of that. I mean, surely, Lois, that's going to make your life easier and get more money.
I think for me, one of the questions about 10 years' time, I think we all underestimate how quickly things move in 10 years and how long time 10 years is. For me, I think there will always be people involved, but I think to a lesser degree, less and less people will be involved. I think AI will most certainly take a big chunk of radio, the sort of cost sector, etc., whether it's down to presenters, but I think you could get AI to do traffic reports. You could get, there are a lot of things we could get AI to do. I think the other thing for me in radio, just generally in 10 years' time, we all fighting each other. What about all the other mediums where advertisers put their money? And it's already hugely competitive. And I think it's just going to become more and more and more competitive. And I think it was enlightening to see, if radio doesn't have something visual to accompany it going forward, I think then it's going to have a lesser impact. So for me, I think those things. But technology, we cannot underestimate, in my opinion, how technology is going to change our lives, all of ours, both business-wise and other, in 10 years' time. So I just think we've all got to stay vigilant, we've got to stay hungry, and we've got to stay humble and just survive.
Thanks, Lois. To Tessa, I guess a variation on the same theme, but I mean, how do we, to the earlier points around, create that human connection with these new technologies and these new distribution channels? I mean, how would you approach this, Tessa, in terms of the Cape Talk of tomorrow?
So, Nick, when you first asked the question, I thought back to what Cape Talk looked like, both physically but also online 10 years ago. And last year we found an image of our first website, and all the producers were giggling and laughing because it was so basic and raw. And at the time we were really chuffed with ourselves. We thought we were doing something cool and we were very, very excited about it. I think that the need for real and authentic connection, I suspect, is going to increase as the use of social media increases, because social media does tend to polarize also and does tend to isolate. And usually we've seen in the world with trends, if you move to one extreme, the world kind of, I don't want to say self-adjusts, but it almost moves to the opposite. So I think that need will remain. And in order to have those authentic interactions, you will definitely need people. I have no doubt about that. But I hope that if you walk into Cape Talk 10 years from now, it will be a completely seamless operation that will be able to move from one platform to the other. I agree with Lois. I think the visual element is going to play an increasingly important role. I also hope that our ability to give our clients and audiences clearer feedback in terms of not only campaign responses, but in terms of how stories trend on different platforms will improve, and that we will figure that out. And yes, I certainly hope that in 10 years' time, we will be certainly financially sustainable and successful, and that we would have bridged the gap in terms of monetizing our digital audience. But I know Justine is in the audience, and I know something, Justine Limpetlaw, what she always says, and it's so true. Radio is still very much the go-to on our continent and in our country. We are a developing nation, and it still is the medium and the platform that reaches the biggest number of people. You know, we're not where Europe is or where America is when it comes to digital listening. And even if that happens in the next year or two, I think it will take a while to catch on.
Here. I think that's a great way to end the formal sessions. We do have a couple of minutes if there are any questions from the floor, that anyone has a burning question they'd like to ask a panelist. Question over here.
Quick commercial break. I'm waiting to read Andrew Park's book on dealing with popping in a subwoofer digital world.
Yeah, my question is for Igaga Islamini. As a regional youth-skewed KZN radio station, warm music must be something very important to your radio station, and that the youth identify with, and maybe the main reason for high listenership. So now with the decline of warm music and the rise of amapiano, I want to find out, like, how does that affect? I'm trying to project how the rest of the radio stations will be affected as well. Now with amapiano music, that is more even now international, doesn't that drive your audience from the radio to even more other platforms, especially online?
So when Amapiano came through, I think there was a general belief in KZN that it's not, sorry, I was tasting the mic. I think there was a general belief that Amapiano would not penetrate KZN because, you know, we're patriotic, and when you think about it, there's been like Durban, Kwaito, House, and we've been at the well, when I say we, I mean KZN music has been at the forefront in terms of popularity. So when Amapiano came through, there was that confidence that it's not going to come through to KZN, and it has. But we've also done our research because we do music surveys and everything. And our audience has shown us that they also appreciate Amapiano. So with what Alfie said, understanding your market and actually not trying to force things onto your market, but instead giving them back what they say that they want. Yes, Kakasi FM listener now is more inclined to want more music, Amapiano music, so we've included that. There's been some requests to also put on Maskandi, which, has been quite a thing that we've been discussing, but only research can tell us whether we include Maskandi or not. And research told us that Amapiano is what our listeners want to listen to, so we've included that. To the extent that when we do music festivals as well, we no longer can do that whole thing of that's the Joburg performer, we need to keep things strictly KZN, because we do have those wars. Now we have to, when we do that music events, also include performers from outside of KZN. And it's working well for us.
I just want to add, I love your use of the word include. And I think that's the key trick. No algorithm can just include based on, if you are into hard rock music, and then suddenly you hear a song in the R&B genre and you go, wow, I love that. No algorithm is going to be able to foresee that for you. And inclusion, that's what radio is. It's all about inclusivity.
Awesome.
I think the point also has been well made today around this investment in research. I mean, certainly that's been our experience over time, is that, radio said to me many years ago, it's a simple business, find out what people want and then give it to them authentically and wrap it in show business. And if you're able to do those three things really elegantly, you're able to sustain and build radio's enduring future. So are there any more questions? Otherwise, we'll wrap up at this point. I'd like to thank very much the panelists that joined us this morning. I think that was really instructive. We could talk about this all day, but that's because we're radio people. But we'll close it off here and look forward to the rest of the session. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
A very big thank you to our panelists for that interesting conversation. Kind of stressful for me as a radio presenter with the talks of AI coming into play there, because we still need our jobs. But nonetheless, quite an interesting conversation to have over there. Alrighty, now we've got the lucky draw coming up in the next few moments. But before we get to that, let's hear a message from ATU Secretary General John Omo.
Hello, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Hello, do you hear me?
Okay, no, he can't hear me. Yes, we can. Hello. It's Nia Brown.
That sounds like a radio voice.
Yes, it is.
All right, how are you? All right, sorry that I...
Turn on your camera for us, please.
Say that again?
Do you mind turning on your camera for us, please? We would love to see you.
Certainly. Let me just get to that.
No worries.
Today I'm claiming my celebrity status. I'm talking to a radio presenter.
All right, while we wait for that to connect for a moment, could I please call our next panelists up to get mic'd up? So that
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Do you read me? Do you see me?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm certainly quite privileged to stand alongside you in commemorating the National Association of Broadcasters remarkable 30-year commitment to changing and championing democracy, embracing diversity, and upholding freedom of expression within the Southern Africa's broadcasting industry and landscape in general. The African Telecommunications Union, which I lead, commends your pivotal role in media research, policy formulation and development, resourcing industry with your technical and professional expertise, complaints and dispute resolution, as well as the invaluable sharing of best practices in broadcasting and other fields. Your contributions have certainly elevated South Africa's broadcasting landscape and the broader info communications industry across Africa. We recognize and support your activities because we appreciate the role that broadcasters play in shaping the socioeconomic and cultural or even political aspects of our society. Broadcasters do more than inform, educate, and entertain. Indeed, in contemporary society and with the advancement and adoption of digital technology, broadcast media has become more influential, connecting dispersed masses and communities and enhancing civil engagement, creating a sense of shared responsibility. As you know, when we come together to address societal concerns, we become more tolerant of each other's perspectives and views. We do promote societal norms and nurture opportunities for collective development. And broadcasters do give us a platform and a forum in which we talk about these issues and diffuse our ideas in a trajectory that affects and changes our society in general, in spite of our geographical distances. And so improving the broadcasting industry across the continent remains our priority as a union. Together with the member states and partners, we are constantly exploring ways in which to prudently manage resources that are necessary for broadcasting largely radio spectrum and promoting the growth of both analog and digital sound broadcasting in Africa. We are keen on ensuring that radio frequencies are readily available to support and sustain the broadcasting sector as well as other ICT sectors. Given the FM frequency crunch we've been experiencing in Africa, and indeed South Africa is part and parcel of this, we needed to act as a union in spearheading ICT development and sustainability in Africa. And so specifically, we collaborated with the International Telecommunications Union in executing the Geneva 84, commonly acronymed as G84. And so with that project, we've optimized sound broadcasting frequencies in a plan and identified new frequencies channels that are assignable and usable by FM radio stations, either for new services or indeed expansion of existing services. I'm glad to inform you that our efforts and concerted coordination with relevant administrations, including the administration of South Africa and operators, have bore quite commendable fruits. We attained efficient use of the 87.5 to 108 megahertz band for FM sound broadcasting and identified more than 18,000 additional frequencies that can be assigned for FM broadcasting. And in so doing, we have paved the way for expanded FM radio network services in order to accommodate the ever-evolving demand for new usable FM frequency channels across the continent. In the case of South Africa, I'm pleased that out of the 839 additional FM channels that the country sought as part of the optimization project, 786 of them were found suitable and therefore assignable and usable. And that represents a remarkable 94% achievement. I want to congratulate you on this great success, and indeed the administration of South Africa that is in charge of management and assignment of radio frequencies, and to thank you for your support during this project. We have arranged a celebratory event during the WRC on 14th December 2023 in Dubai, and I do welcome you to join the continent as we celebrate this success. The statistics do show that radio is the most popular media in South Africa, and indeed Africa as a whole, mainly because it's affordable and flexible and can be owned by people across economic levels. A study by the Konrad Adenauer Foundation on the future of radio in South Africa shows that about 36 million South Africans listen to radio every week for an average of about 4 hours daily. That's quite remarkable. That finding does prove, in my view, that radio will remain king for many years in Africa and indeed in the South African landscape. As you may be aware, the analog sound broadcasting, as led by FM radio, remains the most prominent radio broadcasting in many parts of Africa and across the world. But the radio world is changing, and Africa must adopt new technologies to be at par with the other regions. We are in a digital age, and Africa cannot afford to lag behind. Digital sound broadcasting is the future of broadcasting, and I want to invite you to embrace that technology. With an internet penetration of 72%, South Africa is ripe for digital sound broadcasting, in my view. Indeed, it is time for the entire African continent to keep investing more in developing infrastructure and building capacity and expertise for the effective uptake of digital sound broadcasting technologies. ATU is proud to lead its member states in this pursuit. We have undertaken several initiatives to promote digital sound broadcasting in Africa. Last year alone, we collaborated with the African Union of Broadcasters, ITU, the Digital Radio Mondial, and the World DAB Consortium to conduct a one-day online workshop on promoting digital sound broadcasting in Africa. Among the items that were canvassed at the workshop were the overview of the DSB strategy for Africa and practical steps that we can take in terms of implementing DSB systems. We have also recently signed an agreement with the International Amateur Radio Union to allow us to leverage on our combined expertise, membership, and networks for purposes of improving the capacity of amateur radio broadcasters and operators in Africa. On this important day for broadcasters in South Africa, let us also remember and celebrate our amateur radio broadcasters. Let me pause to thank the amateur radio broadcasters of South Africa, in particular, that the last hurricanes that have beset the Southern African region, the Amateur Radio Society of South Africa in particular, have been of immense support to the countries of the region in terms of rescue efforts, in terms of emergency communications, for which I commend them. Relatedly, as we anticipate the World Radio Conference 2023 in November and December in Dubai, we do seek your support for the African common proposals that were adopted at our fourth and final African preparatory meeting in Yaoundé, Cameroon, in which South Africa actively participated. As you may know, one key common proposal that relates to broadcasting is no change, and I need to repeat, there is no change in the 470 to 694 megahertz. That is the UHF band that is used for digital terrestrial television. The no change proposal for the said DTT band, and indeed all other proposals numbering about 70, are mostly aligning with national positions across the continent and are aimed at further deepening the positive impact of ICT by way of harnessing the capacity and the power of broadcasting in this space. Finally, I need to reiterate ATU's commitment to improving the broadcast industry in Africa. and to making broadcasting environment free, democratic, progressive as possible, and for the benefit of the people of Africa. We will continue working with the member states, the partners, the associates, the broadcasters, in particular, the Broadcasters Union of Africa, to support the development of both terrestrial and satellite systems and the advancement of digital infrastructure for the improvement of the broadcasting industry in this continent. Let me conclude by wishing you and all NAB members in various parts of South Africa a happy 30-year celebration. I thank you. Over to you.
Very big thank you to ATU Secretary General John Omo for that message for us. I do hope that you're getting ready to feel like a Springbok and to feel like a winner today, because it is time for us to find out who's walking away with this incredible prize courtesy of the NAB this morning. Am I gonna, oh my goodness, this is so exciting. I get to pull the name out of the cute bowl. This is very exciting. I'm about to make someone's day today. It's really cool. All right, here we go. And the winner is Minenhle Dlamini! Congratulations! Give her a big round of applause. You walk away with this amazing hamper courtesy of the NAB. I've seen some amazing and incredible goodies in there, so you're really going to enjoy that. Congratulations. All the way from KZN. Yeah. I love it. Taking it back to Durban. Congratulations, Minenhle. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, let's do it together. All right, let's move on to our next item in the program for this morning. We're about to get into a panel discussion about the TV of tomorrow, which once again is incredibly exciting. Please help me welcome to the stage and give a huge round of applause for the NAB Content Committee Chairperson, Laura Cantor, and our panelists today.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. I don't know if the mic is... Okay, there we go. And we've got a really great panel here. I heard our program director mention the Springboks, but it's the unwritten rule of this panel that we will not be discussing rugby rights.
Or cricket. No.
Or cricket. So let me just introduce quickly who we have here. So here is Ronald Reddy, who is StarSat's General Manager for Legal Risk and Compliance. Then we've got my old friend Marlon Davids, who's the MD of ETV. We have Gary Whittaker, the CEO of the BRC. We have Nicola van Niekerk, who's one of our superstars at MultiChoice. She runs Mnet's premium and co-production area. And then we have Merlin Naiker, who is the group executive for video entertainment at the SABC. And we're also very privileged to have Emily Davidson with us, who's the head of policy and public affairs at Channel 4 in the UK. Welcome, Emily.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
So I warned the panel beforehand that just to get going, get their blood boiling, I'm going to start off with a quick fire round where they're only allowed to answer yes or no to these questions, and I'm hoping they won't all give the same answer. So let's start with Ronald and we'll end with Emily on every round. Same question for all of you. Ronald, will audiences still watch linear TV in 15 years?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes, I think they will. Yes.
Gary?
Yes.
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 Oh dear.
Yes.
Emily?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, they all said the same thing. Ronald, are regulators doing enough to protect traditional TV?
Yes or no again? No. Yes.
Gary?
I'll take a fifth.
Nicola?
Traditional TV, yes.
Yeah, I'll also take the fifth.
That's because we have regulators in the room. Emily?
In the UK, yes.
Okay. And my last one, Ronald, can the current level of investment in TV and streaming content be sustained long term?
No. No.
Gary?
Yes.
I hope so, yes.
Yes.
And Emily?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So I'm hoping to touch on some of those themes with the discussion that we have. And we've met as a panel and decided we're going to try keep this as civil and as conversational as possible. But I thought, we're lucky to have Merlin here as representing our public broadcast, and I thought that's probably a good place to start with you, Merlin. This panel is looking at TV of tomorrow, and I think all of us know how challenging the environment is. And I think the whole room would like to know how the SABC is navigating the new environments, and what are you doing differently to try win in this new complex environment?
It's quite a lot. I think the challenge we have as a public broadcaster is, firstly, we're regulated from 2 decades ago. It doesn't reflect society today. So the first thing we're trying to do is update that regulation. We find that our audience is moving a lot faster. We've heard the presentation from the radio panel, and we see this as the SABC. Content is becoming socialized. 63% of my schedule today is determined by license conditions from 1999. I only have 27% flexibility to respond to a market today. I am still producing content on a linguistic basis, and what happens in the market is people perceive that I have a Afrikaans block, I have a Tsonga block, a Tshivenda block. That's not sustainable. As a society, we speak multi-language. So it's the incorporation of these languages within a broadcast, and then how do you make that commercially viable? I always say to people, seems like I'm on a crusade here, but we are not a public broadcaster. We are a commercial broadcaster serving a public mandate. We work with commercial broadcasters. We compete with commercial broadcasters. We're the only one that has such onerous mandates driven from a policy from 1999, which doesn't really apply. That's the challenge that we are trying to overcome today, and then compete with the new platforms that are coming about.
Thanks for that. So in a way, you're saying that those sort of legacy problems need to be sorted out before you can even think about addressing the new environment.
Exactly. But we're not taking it lying down. We launched SABC Plus. Proud to say we have over 500,000 registered users currently on the system. Yeah, if we can sort out our rights, we'll get more.
Gary, maybe you could just give the audience, I'm not sure everybody knows who exactly the BRC is and what you do, so perhaps you could just start with that and then just give us a sense of what's happening with television audiences. What are the trends that you're seeing?
Yeah, sure. I've got how long? The Broadcast Research Council of South Africa takes care of all audience measurement for the broadcasters in South Africa, so TV, radio. So we supply the ratings, reach and frequency, etc., for the radio broadcasters and the TV broadcasters. We're talking about television today, and there's a lot of change that has gone on and continues to happen. We've recently released a new television establishment survey into the market. It's open source, so you can find it online and on our website, but I'll break it down as quickly as possible. We are seeing the terrestrial universe shrink, but we're seeing the video universe increase substantially. So the hunger is there to view, to listen, to consume. Human beings, by very nature, we consume. And that doesn't change when it comes to media. The challenge for the Broadcast Research Council, however, is if you're going to identify an audience and you're going to establish a universe, a TV universe as being a video universe, well, then you have to measure it. It has to be measurable. And there's only one way to go, and that's up in terms of measurement, because TAMS, the Television Audience Measurement Survey in South Africa, it has always measured what is happening on someone's television screen. And this is not well understood necessarily in the market for advertisers and those guys booking media. Everybody believes that if it's broadcast, whether it's on your phone, tablet, computer, we measure it. Well, we don't. It's in-home, it's on the television set. So our challenge going forward, and something that we're about to launch into the market, preferably this year, this side of the year, is measurement of out-of-home viewing, alternative device usage, streaming, OTT, you name it. We're going into that space. So we're not focusing on a shrinking terrestrial universe. We're concentrating on a total video universe.
That sounds like an enormous project for the industry.
Somewhat.
Yeah. Nicola and Marlon, I mean, you guys schedule channels, linear channels. I'm interested, you know, if we think about this shrinking universe, how is that playing out for you as you schedule? I mean, I was just wondering, and perhaps this question reveals the answer, but like, is the Sunday night movie still a thing? Is that something that is still a linchpin of your schedules? Or how have you changed your approach to scheduling with the changing audience patterns? Should we start with you, Nicola?
The viewers' interest in a linear schedule is still very strong. We see that daily. So yes, that while there's been a diminished interest, especially in the younger audience, in a linear schedule, the older audience still really tunes in, you know, on a Sunday night from Carte Blanche into the movie. But then, of course, and luckily for it, because we've been able to diversify our offering, the video on demand service then, or catch up at least, helps a lot with the audiences who don't want to tune in linearly, because we have to face the fact that that is what's happening. Content, more and more people have decided that they want to consume content on their terms and when they want to, and load shedding also doesn't help them in that decision making. So ultimately, I think to get forward, it's your multi-strategy. It's what you're doing for linear and how you assume they will consume that content if they're not linear viewers.
Yeah, I mean, the Sunday night movie is so important for us as a broadcaster, not only on ETV, but also on our movie channels. So it's, we tried to have local dramas there for about 26 weeks last year. Didn't do as well as the movies. We do see that the consumption of movies, it's changed because it's available everywhere these days. So it's not like you would tune into the Mnet movie on a Sunday or the ETV movie on a Sunday. There's lots of other options now.
Right, right. Ronald, I want to come back to that question I asked about what regulators are doing to protect our local television broadcasters. And I think, did you take the fifth and refuse to give a straight answer?
No, I just said no.
Look,
like Marlon said, we're living in a regulatory regime that's prehistoric. Local content quotas, which are prehistoric. Television per se has moved into a realm where it's ever evolving. And I think the regulatory regime should move, and the policy regime should move along with it. Should become more adaptive to new entrants into the market, to, well, existing incumbents in the market, like the multi-choices of the world, like the StarSets of the world, like the ETVs of the world. And the thing is, we can't be bogged down. I mean, we have a quagmire of regulation, compliance issues, that to get through all of this, for a television entity, be it subscription or public, to become a commercially viable entity becomes impossible. In these changing times, we need to be adaptive, and very quickly adaptive.
Thanks, and I'm sure there'll be support for that view in the audience. Emily, I'd like to come to you. Maybe you could just give the audience a brief background on who Channel 4 is and what your particular mandate is, and then just give us a sense of how the traditional broadcasters in the UK are holding up in this new environment.
Happy to, and thank you for inviting me to contribute today to your celebratory day. So Channel 4 is unique in the UK broadcasting landscape in that we are one of the public service broadcasters, but we are neither funded by public money like the BBC, nor commercially funded with stakeholders and shareholders like ITV and Channel 5. So we are owned by the British public, but we are entirely ad funded, so are entirely commercially funded, which gives us a really unique position. So our remit is set by Ofcom, the regulator, and there are certain things that we do to deliver kind of British content that resonates culturally. But we also have a film arm, so we invest quite a lot in UK independent film. Banshees of Inisherin, you might have seen that last year, was a film for a film. And what's a lot of the comments made by some of the fellow panelists have really resonated with us. The legislation that underpins the UK broadcasting ecology is 20 years old. So the Communications Act famously here doesn't even mention the internet. And many of the trends that you appear to be experiencing in South Africa are the case here in the UK. So we predict that by 2034, live TV viewing is going to be at around 30%. It's currently at around 50% in the UK. So we're seeing that trend. And here in the UK, the government is tabling a media bill. We're expecting it later this year that will reform some of the legislation in our sector.
Thanks for that, Emily. I mean, I was going to ask you, maybe you could just talk a bit more around what that bill is proposing, and then what you think governments and regulators need to get right in order to protect traditional television players.
So luckily for us, I think the answer to your second question is in the first. So one of the great things that we really welcome in the media bill is there's a proposal in there to change the prominence regime. So at the moment, you can get Channel 4 by clicking number 4 on your remote control. As you will be aware in the room, the way people consume content and find content is really changing. So the UK government is looking to bring in legislation that will have prominence rules for public service broadcasters in the on-demand world, in the non-linear world. So smart TVs, other ways of finding content, there will now be regulated prominence for public service broadcasters. There are other things in there like parity of regulation in some extent. So there's going to be a new VOD standards code. So Netflix, Amazon in the UK will be subject to a code that will be similar to the broadcasting code. It will cover things like harm and offence, due accuracy in news, impartiality, that sort of thing. So that's also going to be in the bill that we expect. A draft has been published and we expect the government to bring it forward after the King's speech in November.
Oh, that's interesting. We'll definitely watch those developments. I wanted to talk a bit to Marlon and Merlin about your VOD services. I think within the last year or two, you've both launched VOD services. Maybe you could just give us some detail how they're doing. And I particularly wanted to touch on how is it changing your content acquisition or your commissioning process at all? Do you foresee a day where you're going to be potentially commissioning for VOD first? I know you don't want to give away any secrets, but maybe you could just talk us through what are some of the issues you're thinking through.
Sure. I mean, our service is just over 2 years old, eVOD, and what we've seen is that there's more of an appetite for local programming, and we don't really compare ourselves to the Netflixes and the Showmaxes because that serves a different audience. So we deliberately went in to serve the audience that we know, the free-to-air audience, by servicing them with local content. It does change things for us in a way because we now start windowing content. So there'll be people, there's still like a small amount of people who will wait for things to come on to free-to-air TV. They don't mind waiting. It's always been, they're used to a movie going to cinema and then they can get a DVD and it's on Mnet movies or anything like that. And they're happy to wait. But there are people who increasingly want to have previews of things. So they're willing to pay something to see something like our Turkish telenovelas, for instance, see that before anyone else sees it on TV. So that's how things have changed for us.
Okay, nice. Merlin?
Yeah, so SABC Plus will be a year old next month. We launched it to serve a number of different issues. The first one was to, as a SABC, we're not allowed to self-provide our signals. And with the analog switch off, we saw a gap, waiting for all of that to happen. So the SABC Plus service fills that gap. So if you're not yet within the coverage or you're affected by the analog switch off, you can jump onto SABC Plus, no TV license required. So we launched that service. The second one was load shedding is absolutely a challenge for a broadcaster, right? So the first thing is, for some reason, all of these stages coincide with prime time. Yeah. So I don't know how Eskom got that right. So that's the challenge we have. So if you can't get it in wherever you are, there's an alternative for you. We don't have the luxury of satellite capacity, so we had to come up with an alternative. So our strategy was to allow our audiences an alternative platform to consume SABC content. So we pushed very hard on device proliferation, so iOS, Android, HTML5 browsers, smart TVs through the Vida platform. We will be available on Samsung, LG, Huawei as well before the end of the year. So it's about a distribution play first. The second part is to exploit our content. So everybody complained, stakeholder, well, we have one stakeholder, complained about Shaka Zulu being on Netflix and Amazon. And we said, but where's your SABC Plus subscription? It's free there. So it's about exploiting the library that we've got. We've digitized over 200,000 hours of content already. Now, to make that available through the SABC Plus platform is quite easy. And then we're doing the regular things like most OTT platforms are. So we already have storage in the cloud. You don't have to download anything. We've got a 7-day EPG catch-up. So if you miss something, you can go on the EPG 7 days behind and watch the program as though it was live streaming. We have reminder sets, all of that. So that stands as any OTT platform. We also have consolidated all of our services into one. So you now can get all 5 SABC channels, 6 SABC channels, 1, 2, 3, education, sport, and news on one service, plus the 19 radio stations that we broadcast. In terms of commissioning, yes, definitely. This may, I won't say allude to the strategy, but it talks to the market, right? So I think probably a controversial opinion. When broadcasters started, they were traditional, plural, right? So you broadcast one to many. What's happening today is broadcasting is becoming individual, and we are struggling to keep pace. So you now broadcast to the mass, but each one has a completely different experience to what you are broadcasting. So I can get SABC Plus and I can watch only Uzalo, and then the neighbor can get SABC Plus and only watch Giyani. So we would respond to that as a broadcaster naturally. So I think what will happen is content will be commissioned for both platforms or multi-platforms simultaneously. So I'll watch the series in a linear fashion on a traditional platform because that's my sort of preference. I think that will die out in about 10 to 20 years. I'm looking at the age group, so that established pattern. But your younger consumer is a box set consumer. I want to watch everything now. I want to watch all the episodes back to back. And I don't mind if it is on linear television premiered, but I'm ready to watch it on Saturday, not on Monday. And I'll watch 12 episodes back to back, binge watch kind of a thing. But then there's an emergence of what we're referring to as a super fan. So I'm interested in your content, but I also want to see where is it horizontally integrated. So if I watch a show with a particular actor, I now want to see what other shows do you have as a broadcaster with the same actor. And then it becomes metadata enriched. So you see that Dwayne Johnson has got the largest following on Facebook, right? but he posts things that are not related to his business and related to his business. And it's that trend that is driving the super fan. They want to know everything about the production, about the actors, about the producers, how many jobs were created. So that's where we're going to have to keep pace. So we will commission content in a way that says, here's a traditional audience, here's an OTT audience, and here's a data-driven audience to become the super fan. And the challenge is, how do you do all of that synergistically? Because if you're not doing that today, and you'll see that it's pretty evident today, if you're not doing it, they are doing it. They are going onto social media, they're going onto Instagram, they're talking about your content, and if you don't give them that platform to talk on, you lose that audience.
Nicola, I think you've had longer experience in seeing this audience both on linear and catch up and the on-demand platforms. How are you managing that dual strategy as a scheduler and a programmer?
I think we're quite lucky in that, and somebody else touched on it, and the strength of local content. So, and what data helps give us is sort of a firm metric of what people want to see. And so specifically because we have such a high investment in local content, we've delivered about 6,500 hours in the last fiscal, and we'll double that over the next 2-3 years. So what we do is just to ensure that you look at the market as a whole. And when I say look at a whole, it's literally going, who would that person buy with? Who would that person buy with? And how do you make television across all of those demographics? And then make sure that you place it on exactly the right platforms, understanding those audiences. You can't, it's sort of I think a lot of streamers sort of take what do I call it? A spray and pray approach to how they put out their content. But we have a very, very data-driven approach to knowing exactly what that audience wants, when they want it, how they consume it. And then the next channel is completely different, and we have to respect the differences between them. So we spend a lot of time analyzing exactly that and what the market trends are. And it's not only what the international market trends are that influences what people want to see, but so it's sort of a dual understanding and spending 90% of your effort in that understanding.
So Gary, presumably that's when you speak about what the BRC will be offering its members and clients in future, it will be to have that 360 view of where people are watching. And do you foresee a situation where the streamers would also be part of the BRC and getting that data?
So the short answer is nothing is out of the realm when it comes to measurement. Something to take note of is when we talk about streaming, when we talk about that segment of the market, it's still very small, but it's growing, and we've seen it grow over a number of years. Although we've not been able to measure it at a granular level, the way we are able to measure it through, and I won't get into technicalities of terms, but we use audio cues. And we do pick up non-referenced or non-broadcast viewing, and we kind of put that in a bucket. And most of that bucket is viewing on another device, streaming, those kinds of things, playing games. And that's increased substantially, but it's still fairly small part of the universe, but it's becoming more substantial where we have to get a grip on it. And then you start thinking about, well, we've spoken about targeting, we've spoken about different forms of content. And once you start measuring in that space, you start opening up to, well, could we measure TikTok? Yes. Could we measure YouTube? Could we measure Netflix? Absolutely. I know in the UK market, there is huge interest. Well, they actually have within the industry council measurement for the likes of a Netflix, for Disney Plus, etc., because they've brought that solution in. And that's turning the heads of other players in the market that aren't seen as traditional broadcasters. They're providing video. So essentially, you could add into the measurement any entity that is bringing video to the fore that has a sizable following. So you would argue that influencers, they could become part of it. You know, people talk about YouTube influencers. People have their own channels, and a channel by definition is something that a broadcaster provides, for example. But harnessing the measurement around that is key, that is critical. And you need to get to a granular level. So it's all right for the market to say, we want you to measure YouTube. We'd love to measure YouTube. YouTube has to come to the party. They have to open up their back end. We have to get granular data from them. There's a lot of technicalities that go around that, as well as Netflix, all the other platforms that you can think of. But as it stands now, in terms of the broadcasters, in terms of how they are diversifying their offerings, that is our key focus right now, because that's what we have control over. Whoever else wants to come into the fray, absolutely. We're open to all measurements, and we want to give the market like you said, a 360-degree view of what is out there and what's being consumed. No one wants to hear broad metrics in terms of, well, we're seeing non-device usage, non-broadcast device usage going up. Okay, well, what is that?
Yeah, that's a problem for me, because I'm glad you touched on that, because if you look at like the Scandal audience, that's our #1 show, and you look at if this audience is declining over a certain period, and you try and find out where did the audience go to, you obviously looking at, did we lose to another channel? What's a new show on another channel? All of those things. But when you do, like I do anecdotal discussions with people like in the office, and I'll say, what did you think of the storyline? And they wouldn't know what I'm talking about, because in the office, people are chatting about what they're following on TikTok. So there might be some drama developing between two real-life people in South Africa, and they're following that, and they can tell you everything about it. So that's where this non-broadcast viewers are. They're consuming content, and someone else said it's content will always be the thing that people go for, but whether they're consuming it on TV is a different thing. But there's still a need for content. So I think as TV channels and content providers, we have to shift in our thinking in that it is about content, whether the content is on TikTok, your own TikTok page, on your Facebook page, or YouTube, or on your channels, your on-demand service, OTT service. People will always want content. But the danger for us as a free-to-air broadcaster relying on advertising is television is still the place where you make your bulk of your advertising. And I think it's going to be like that for many years to come. So as much as people are moving to EVOD and our numbers are looking good, you can never monetize those numbers to the extent that you would if they were watching Scandal live at 7:30. Yeah.
I wanted to shift gear a bit. We heard this morning from the BCCSA colleagues, and there was some discussion around the importance of self-regulation. And you're like a frequent flyer at the BCCSA.
I had a discussion about Emmanuel earlier with Sunil.
Are you noticing any changes in sort of what audiences will accept and what they won't accept in this changing?
Yeah, I mean, we do self-regulate a lot. We've got Oscar here. Oscar is the model compass at eMedia. And he's always cautious, and we'll take things to him and say, do you think this will work? We had a very controversial show last year called The Black Door, set in a brothel. And the first episode had a scene where a pastor was having sex with a congregant, basically. The thing is that people and the viewers, and this is why I always, as much as I love research, I always think about the fact that people sometimes overstate what they want in research panels. So people overstate the fact that they want a 24-hour news channel, they want a music channel, there's certain things they want. But when you look at the ratings and where channels rank, news channels don't rank high. It costs lots of money to run, but they still watch the movie channels that show the same movies over and over, the same kind of things. They want new movies. They'll tell us that you keep showing Anaconda and all these old movies. We are famous for Anaconda and Emmanuel. But when you do a big deal with Disney and you've got the big Marvel titles and all of those big titles that gross over $1 billion at the box office, it doesn't do as well as a repeat of Anaconda for the 15th time. So as much as there's research and there's intel, this is where I also believe that we won't, as programmers, like Nicola, myself, and Merlin there, our jobs are still secure for a couple of years, because AI would never be able to take that data that you're getting, also use the insights that you have in your market, and be able to say, okay, the research shows that they want new movies, but We know people feel, the reason people watch movies over and over is it's like a child. You read the same story to them, they know the outcome, it's a safe space. So you would rather, if you've had a tough day, you watch the same sitcom, you go watch the same movie because it gives you a certain sense of like comfort and nostalgia, versus watching something completely new if you're not in the right mind space. And it turns out to be a crap movie and you're like, I just wasted 2 hours of my time. So you'll find Anaconda on our schedules for the next 20 years, at least while I'm still there. Yeah.
Ronald, I don't know if you want to come with me. Is Anaconda on your schedule?
Oh, well, you never know. You never know. I wholeheartedly agree. Look, we get the blockbusters and multi-choice. So look, the rest of us little guys out there have to go for the Anacondas of the world.
Emily, if I could come to you on this question of changing audience taste. And I mean, we heard a lot. We've had a radio panel earlier today where a lot was spoken about the difference between younger and older audiences. And I wondered if you could reflect on that a bit in the UK environment.
Certainly. So we're the youngest skewing public service broadcaster, and it's something that we really focus in on. And as many of the panelists have said earlier, that means pivoting to digital, and it means delivering content in the way they want to see it. So we see the likes of TikTok and Snap and YouTube as partners and increasing partners. So Channel 4 content on social has had over 3 billion views already in the first half of this year. One of our longest running soaps called Hollyoaks, last month we pivoted that to being digital only soap. So now our viewers looking for Hollyoaks content will look for it on Channel 4 streaming rather than coming to our linear main channel. So we're constantly kind of leaning in and trying to evolve and I guess trying different formats and different ways of going to where our audiences are, because 16 to 24s are particularly looking for this content now, Channel 4 public service broadcasting content on streaming rather than on linear.
Fascinating. Obviously in South Africa, we've got, I think it's now 12 official languages with South African Sign Language being added. How important is language in your schedules? My back.
No.
Oh, sorry, for me.
No, sorry, Emily, my mic disappeared.
Oh, no worries.
I wanted to ask Gary and Nicola how important different local languages still is on our schedules. And do you see that remaining a key differentiator? Let's start with you, Nicola.
Yes, 100%. On the way here, I thought I needed to have some substance behind and maybe some statistics to support the argument for local content. And I took a look at Showmax's performance over the last 4 years. The platform has seen 26% average growth over the last 4 years per year. And even though some of the best shows are on there, Euphoria, Game of Thrones, Yellowstone, whatever, 57% of its performance sits in local content. So it just shows the absolute appetite for local content made in vernacular languages. It just outperforms international content every time.
And I presume you agree with that, Manon?
Yeah, I have to. It's my license condition. 65% of my content today is locally acquired content. Language plays an important part, but it's quite a complicated way in which the SABC is regulated. So I've got to do, as an example, 8 hours in prime time must be drama, of which 4 hours must be local drama, of which 1 hour, 16 minutes, 24 seconds must be in particular language. Challenge is, how do you keep that storyline going, switching languages? Because as you know, in certain cases, the nuance is dropped. So that's the challenge we have in terms of producing that. Whereas if you take digital platforms, it's pretty easy to do, one video stream, 16 audios attached to that, and away you go. Netflix has shown that, you know, you can take a Korean drama and do it in English. ETV is showing you can take a Turkish telenovela and put it in Afrikaans and get it to work. So there's a lot of fluidity around that. And I think the language issue, if I just take a step back, when regulation was passed to ensure that language continues and thrives, is a very different argument to the consumer of today. And that's the challenge that we face as a broadcaster. How do you line up with an audience that is fluid in language and they just switch over and pick up, versus this traditional approach that says there's a minutage and a genre that's specific to that population dynamic?
And I don't think it works, exactly to your point, because firstly, our South African audiences are used to subtitles. So you'll find that our Afrikaans dub Turkish content on ETV, it skews a Black audience. So the fact that it's in Afrikaans, our viewers are used to subtitles. Like I always make an example. My mom was a huge Muvhango fan, and she's from the Western Cape, and she's never set foot anywhere in the north. So she didn't mind the subtitles, and she was still. So I think sometimes we overthink things when we say, oh, this is segmented only for this audience and this only segmented for this. Because in South Africa, we live in a fantastic country where we overlap and we associate with people all the time. So my brief to our producers normally is, if it's a suited drama, for instance, is that if it's authentic for the person to speak English to each other, or if someone else is speaking Afrikaans in a certain scene, keep it that way, because that is how we in any case live. So don't just, you become over prescriptive when you say the quota is this, that, and the other, and then you lose authenticity.
And Gary, I presume the figures bear it out, that your heavy hitters on the schedules are those massive vernacular shows.
Yeah, so across all the channels, local content is king. We produce top performing channels, free to air, pay TV. And it's the same across all of them, month on month, it's local content. Sometimes you do, however, see lightning in a bottle, right? And how that happens, I wish I had the formula, because then I'd take it and I'd go to these guys and I'd make a bit of money on this night. But just to give you an example, without giving any names out. So at the BRC, before we have any channels that go on for measurement, there's a testing phase. So there's a 4-week period. You have to achieve a minimum viable sample so that we can actually publish results. Not everyone, but a lot of people seem to think that if people come to the BRC and they say, right, here's money, measure my channel, we do it, we don't. So you've got to get a minimum viable sample. And that sample on our panel is at least 60 views in a week for 4 weeks. So 60, 60, 60. If you don't hit it, you don't get it. We've just got a channel that's come on and they are dubbing Zulu over Indian content. And they are performing right up there with the top 3 channels on the platform that they want to be on. Yeah. Let's put it that way. So, and it's massive. It's massive numbers. Massive, massive, massive. So they've got something right there. But I think you know, the point's been raised. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah. And this is one of those occasions where it has worked. I've seen it not work on many occasions that, you know, the data doesn't even see the light of day.
Okay, I think we're going to draw to a close. I do have one last question for the panel, but before I ask them, I'd like to invite any questions from the audience. There we've got Justine.
I mean, I think a big elephant in the room is the fact that we are 20 years behind where we need to be in terms of regulation. And the SABC bill, which looks very much like the Broadcasting Act of 1999, particularly around the lack of a funding model and TV licenses and the regurgitation of the separation of commercial and public, which we know doesn't work. And the white paper just doesn't seem to be moving on in any coherent way. Aren't we going to talk about that? Like, how are we going to fix these things?
Who would like to lead with that? Ronald, I think this is within your...
Well, there's regulators in the room. I'm really on the target line here. So the thing is, Justin has quite encompassed our entire. We're waiting for the white paper to come out and continue with that investigation, subscription broadcasting regulations, Merlin, the must carry regulations have come and we're still sitting in that. There's various sets of legislation that have come to fore and are being slowly implemented. But to what extent do we sit and wait for policy to catch up with reality? The reality of the situation is TV is coming to a convergence of a digital scenario where analog is slowly going off, and the window for digital television is coming to a close. Mm-hmm. We're going to come to a converging state where OTT and satellite television and even the public, I mean, the mere fact that ETV and the SABC have got OTT, they've hit the J curve, they're going on to something else. So if we as Star Times and as TV don't, Starset doesn't get to that point, we're going to be dead end.
Could I, maybe Emily, I could bring you in on this, and maybe you could what was the difference, what made the difference to get the UK lawmakers and policymakers to pay attention to this issue? Because I think there's a feeling, as Justine's explained, a feeling in South Africa that the kind of lip service is being paid to this. Like, yeah, it's important, we need to address it, but it's not being addressed with the urgency that we would like.
So I think the overall answer to that would be cross-industry support. So we've got a regulator that conducts reviews of the market every 5 years. And many of these changes on things like the need for prominence reform, as an industry, we kind of raised the issues, Ofcom looked at them, did data analysis, made recommendations to government. And then once those recommendations had been made, as public service broadcasters, we raised the profile politically. So I've spent a lot of my time in the last year speaking with politicians about the importance for this, the fact that other public service broadcasters believe it's important, the fact that the regulator has put forward proposals. So we've really kind of worked with government, worked with policymakers to make the case, and it seems to have cross-party support, and hopefully that will ease the passage. But I think that was it. It was about data, it was evidence, and it was about collectively showing that this is an easy thing to do that's got lots of industry support behind it. But fingers crossed, we're waiting for the bill now to come out to be introduced. We've seen the draft.
Okay, great. Okay, I think I'm going to move on to my final question then, because I can see that champagne is being handed out for the toast. So I thought let's finish off on something positive. And what I said to the panel that I wanted to ask them to think about is, what is the most exciting TV development, either on or off the screen, that you've recently seen and that you can share with us? So Emily, let's start with you, and then we'll end off with Ronald.
So I was going to say I was actually going to refer to a kind of government intervention. So the high-end TV, animation, children's and films tax reliefs that we have here in the UK are really phenomenal, and they're attracting so much. So last year, I just looked at the figures, inward investment in our sector has accounted for 88% of total spend on films and 84% on high-end TV. So not only have we got a thriving kind of local sector in the UK, but we're attracting the best talent from around the world, and that's bringing skills, it's boosting our economy, and it's helping us creatively as well.
Wow, that sounds wonderful. Merlin?
It's a personal one for me. So I've got 29 years in media, only 3 in the SABC. I think this is the first 3 years I've really worked. Prior to that, I was having lots of fun doing lots of exciting projects. So what's happened for me is that the Treasury DCDT have realized that we are not in a commodity business. So what that means is if I go out for a production, the process in the SABC as a Schedule 2 entity says that every producer can deliver the same success. In other words, 10 producers and all 10 will deliver the exact same success. Now, we know creativity is not driven that way. I need to select my producer, I need to select my director, script writer, all of that. So we have a 5-year exemption from the PPPA Act and the preferential procurement. So for the first time, I can go out and select my own talent without following an RFP process. So that's the big one for me.
Nicola? What's been most exciting for me is the exponential explosion of interest in our local productions internationally. When we started with our co-production slate, we could hardly find people who would partner with us to get local stories exported globally. We currently produce with ZDF, Fremantle, BBC, Sky, and our series Reika has been sold in 184 territories. And I mean, it's insane. And in the beginning, the rules were very clear. Sorry, they would send an international director. We needed an international writer. Our skills were not good enough. And for the last 3, they've just gone, whatever, your actors are good enough, your writers are good enough, we'll do it all locally. So that for me bodes very well for the quality of the productions that we're pushing out going forward.
Great.
Are we, can you, I don't know if I'm on. Are we talking globally, locally?
Up to you.
Okay, so I have 2, so apologies. For me, it's the idea of a programmatic buy, and this is across radio too. Getting a programmatic buy right across TV and radio opens up those pathways into digital budgets at media agencies. So that's the first. The other is the idea of a unified, uniform metric across media. And it's exciting for me because globally, that's what everybody is after. Have we got it right? No. But should we get it right? Yes, absolutely. As an example, there's no ways we should be measuring a 2-second view on Facebook as being the same as a 30-second spot on television. It's just unfair. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Marlon?
For me, it's being the growth in the industry. Like everyone agrees that local programming is like the key to building successful TV channels, OTT platforms, all of that. You can see that there's like a big buzz with producers because there's work everywhere. Obviously, pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, there was lots of issues for people. But once we came out of that, you can see it because when you try and secure certain production companies, producers, directors, they're already assigned to other projects, for instance. So the fact that all these broadcasters are putting money into building this industry, it's been phenomenal for me.
Great. And Ronald, let's end off with you.
Can I plead the fifth on this one?
There must be something that is exciting.
Nah, TV in general is exciting. I mean, we live in ever-changing times in our competitive environment with TV, with being the local productions and the various entities sitting in this room. Although we're the biggest of competitors in the market, we fight beyond belief. But at the end of the day, we have commonalities between each broadcaster that we need to come together, and the NAB caters for that in the best of the ways.
Well, that's a lovely way to finish. So please give this panel a big round of applause. Thank you all for your time. Thank you so much to Laura. Thank you so much to our panelists for sharing this morning. I would like to encourage you to stay a little bit. As you can tell, the bubbly is out. We've got some cupcakes as well. So we're about to do an absolutely incredible toast to celebrate the NAB celebrating 30 years today. But here to give you a little bit more about the 30 years that the NAB has been through, how much they've grown and learned over the past couple of years, please help me welcome the NAB Executive Director, Nadia Bulbulluia.
Hello, everyone. So the surname is Bulbulluia. For those of you who know, Bulbul is a nightingale. It's Bulbulluia. It's not bully, it's not bullia, it's Bulbulluia. And it's absolutely wonderful that you all made it out to today. For those who travel from afar, thank you so much. We don't often get all our members in one room. It's absolutely lovely. They've given me very few seconds, minutes. Julia is a taskmaster of note. Not only does she run our regulatory and policy affairs, but she runs our timekeeping, she runs our ethics, she just about runs everything. So I'm like a bit afraid of her, quite frankly. So 30 years, wow. The one thing we know about the NAB is it's an extremely prepared organization. We prepare for every eventuality. We prepare for those policy and regulations that are 20 years late. We prepare for those ministers who arrive and say, I know nothing about this industry, I'm just learning. We prepare for the DCDT's white paper, not white paper, green, almost yellow, we don't know, but we prepared. We prepared for members who say, I'll see you, I'll be there, Nadia, and call and say, I'm sick, I'm sorry, I can't be there. We prepare for wonderful people who just show up when we need them. We prepare for everything that's unknown. What we don't prepare for often is just the space, this moment in time for us all to just connect. So thank you so much. It's absolutely wonderful that you are here. And October was no accident to have this gathering, because in October 1993, the IVA Act was passed. Hey, do we remember that? It was October 1993. So October is going to become a month for us at the NAB, where we're going to celebrate this incredible, incredible industry that all of you keep going and keep ticking. It was a time, can you believe, 1993, before we even cast our first vote. And so eloquently, Professor Cobus van Rooyen reminded us of that and what it took to get on a flight to make sure that there is going to be provision for a BCCSA. But as I sit here in this room and I look at all of us and I kind of go, oh my God, what are we doing for the next generation? Hey? Who of you in this room is under 35? Thank you, NAB, yes. So what are we doing for the next generation? What are we doing for mentorship, succession planning? How are we bringing in the next year and the next layer of people who need to become policy specialists and analysts and need to shape where we need to go as a country? So I said we're prepared. We're always very prepared. We're not prepared for sitting in rooms where people feel like they're going to be intimidated by the next smarty pants that walks through the door. We should be prepared for that. We should be prepared for these influencers who believe with their followers they can get a TV program. These influencers who believe they don't have to go for media training, they don't have to go for drama training, they don't have to do live theater. They come with their numbers. We have to prepare for them, right? We're living in this age where just in 1993, we only watched 3 television channels. SABC, we all watch the news at the same time. Today, I decide if I want to listen to the news. Today, I'm concerned with disinformation, misinformation, alternative facts. Who thought I would be talking about cancel culture? Who thought I'd be talking about how famous I became because I posted a pic of myself eating? How famous my cat became? How famous all of us are here right now because we're a powerhouse of policymakers, analysts, regulators, self-regulators. And I think as I sit here and reflect on 30 years, and for those of us who've walked this journey, you're all in the room, quite a number of you, we've lost quite a number of people too. And let's not forget that we're still emerging out of this crazy thing called COVID-19. And we've lost many people in our industry, passionate, beautiful, lovely people, and we think of them every day. So when we thought about doing this 30-year reflection, I'm not reading any of this, I've just turfed it because it's really pointless now. We decided that we needed to to look inward, but get somebody to reflect independently. So please, in your pack, you will see a wonderful piece, an independent piece written by Prof. Franz Kruger, who's also been a great ally, of course, and supporter. Take your time, read it. It's a good read. We also decided that in reflecting on 30 years, we can only flash back to 1993 when that IBA Act was passed. And because it was law, the then IBA had to issue temporary licenses, right? So the first licenses went to community broadcasters. And we were so delighted that Jay Shupatha was available to assist in writing that story. It's a little booklet in your pack. It just highlights, key highlights of what has happened in the last 3 decades. And it brings us right up to here. And in that pack, it's by no means a historic overview. They are key highlights. So yes, there will be some exclusions. There'll be some things that you'll go, oh, come on, Nadia, you should have thought that. But it's really there for us to remind ourselves of how far we've come. And in talking about how far we've come, I was listening to Zaki Ahmad the other day. I think he might have been on an SABC radio channel. We might have been on a commercial radio channel, or even a community station. Isn't that interesting? Because all I was interested in hearing was this person telling me the story. And at that moment in time, I didn't actually look to see on my little screen, because I still have an old car where I could see what channel I'm listening to. I listened to Zaki talk about something so important, and he was reflecting on Professor Jerry Kavadia, who's just passed away, for those of you who remember the dark days in our country of AIDS nihilism. And Zaki talked so beautifully about Uncle Jerry Kavadia, and he said, and for those of you, whether you're studying medicine or drama, know your history. Know your history. Remember where we've come from. Tell the story. You're all in this room about storytelling. Tell our story and tell our history. Because if we don't, someone else is going to do it. And then we're really going to be dealing with disinformation, misinformation, and alternative facts. So this is part of us telling our history. I don't know what the next 30 years is going to be like. I do hope that when you leave this room and you have your lunch and you're able to still connect, you think about the future. You think about our children, and you think about what it is we need to start doing for our kids. And you start looking around the room and you start saying, where is the next generation? What are we doing? What are we not doing? So I'm going to stop there because I did write something really lovely, but it wasn't going to work. And I'm going to call on our wonderful Greg Clare is our finance manager of the NAB, the finance chairperson. He's going to shout at me about something or the other, but we've kept the budget very low. I kid you. So we really did just welcome Greg just to say a few thanks, and then we're going to have some bubbly. I want to really, really thank the BCCSA. It's been an enormous pleasure to have you here. And thanks to every single one of you in the room for making it out today. You know who I am. I know who you are. And let's hope this industry will still be ticking in another 30 years. Thanks so much for making it out today.
Greetings, everybody. I'm going to be brief. And just by the way, I'm not speaking about a budget today. I'm not interested in that. Today has been about much more important things. You know, it's a poignant thought to think that this is the 30th celebration for the BCCSA and for the NAB. And I remember watching television for the first time, I think in 1975 or 76. I won't tell you how old I was, but I remember I watched the test pattern. How have things changed? How have things changed? And the discussion this morning is very interesting to me because it's a poignant thought as to what that discussion will be in another 30 years' time. And I really trust, ladies and gentlemen, that the BCCSA and the NAB will celebrate a 60th birthday. I really do. Yeah, that's a good time for applause. It really is. As I said, I'm going to be brief. I'm sure you're all hungry. If you're not, you need to see somebody. You really do. On behalf of the NAB, I want to thank every person that is present here today, the organizations you represent, the BCCSA. I know some of you have traveled to get here, so have I. Many of you have traveled. Some of you have traveled from your suburb. It doesn't matter. I think the event is so poignant and so important in our history. and the future that we're going into. So thank you to everybody. And I think it's also time just to acknowledge, and here come the acronyms, but from a lot of people that from our stakeholders is very important. And Nadia wrote them down for me so I don't mess this up. It's the ICASA, the DCDT, the FPB, the MDDA, NAMISA, the GCIS, RPO, MMA, WITS, ARB, ARP, NCRF. How are you doing? Press Council, Webbers, Adams and Adams. In all seriousness, very important people that we collaborate with. Really is. And I think today illustrated that. We have an adventure going forward, and we have to hold hands. Sometimes it's going to be easy and sometimes it's going to be difficult, but it's very important that we hold hands. I'd also like to make mention of a few NAB members who had a specific involvement in this function. And that is Hasina Kasim from YFM, Dedre King from Jacaranda, Bonnie Nchunu from East Coast Radio, Wilma van Skalkwyk from Pulpit, Ainan Doyle from MultiChoice, and Tracy Stafford from AME. Thank you very, very much for your involvement in this. It's made it significant and a wonderful event. And then Nadia, to your team, and I'm going to mention you by name. You know, it's Julia, Offensi, Lois, and Catherine. As always, you guys deliver. But I want you to know that none of us take you for granted. It's very easy to do that, but you are not taken for granted. And I want to thank you on behalf of everybody here for everything you've done. I think it's been a very successful event. Thank you very much. And I also find it interesting that a representative from a religious organization that I represent is going to do the toast. But you must enjoy life, and if you don't, you need to see somebody. You really do.
So before we raise our glasses, there's somebody in this room who's having an actual birthday. And she's going to say a few words. Wilma, please come up. Wilma van Skalkwyk having a birthday today. And Wilma chairs our community radio committee and has for a number of years, thankfully, more than 50. Yes, more than 50. She's going to say a teeny weeny few words and then we're going to toast. So please, happy birthday. We're going to sing for you just now.
Thank you very much. I won't be long. Nadia just mentioned that October is such an important month, apart from that it's my birthday. But in October 79, 44 years ago, there was a song, Video Killed the Radio Star. Apparently, it never came true. And there's place for radio and video. I'm so glad to hear that after today, I'm very positive. I just want to congratulate everybody who is here, the NAB, the BCCSA, and community radio, who got their licenses for the first time 30 years ago. Community radio has played a vital role in connecting our neighborhoods, sharing important information and fostering a sense of togetherness. It is a platform where residents, young and old, can share their passions, concerns, and their talents with neighbors. So I want to thank everyone, especially the NAB team, who is always supportive to community radio, who has been a part of this incredible journey, and make community radio continue serving as a beacon of connection, inspiration, and unity in our communities. And I just realized today, I always say, I know nothing, and I'm learning again. And today was incredible. Thank you for everybody's contribution.
Thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, will you all stand? I'm going to propose a prayer. Well, after that, we're going to do two toasts. The first one I'm going to do is to propose to Vilna. You haven't disclosed which birthday, but happy birthday, Vilna. And the second toast is to the BCCSA and the NAB on celebrating 30 brilliant years with much done. Let's cheers. Thank you, everybody, for making this milestone event. Lunch will be served right after this downstairs on the first floor. Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday. I just never understood how man that was good. Could not have